When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk, people.
Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents Yard and Broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to a special edition of the Make We Talk program, a call to action forum. This afternoon or this evening, we have with us retired FBI agent Wilfred Rattigan, Jamaican Carlos, our good friend Lion, and we're waiting on the arrival of Dr. Rupert, Francis, and Herbert Nelson Jr. So we're going to start off with a little word of prayer from Mr. Lion. Lion?
Blessings, brethren. Blessings, blessings, blessings.
Can you pray for us, please?
Oh, great eternal God, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Father, we come before you and no other to lead us in our proceedings as we seek to liberate ourselves from the things that are corrupt. May you guide and protect us. May you magnify our work. May you charge us, God, even each and every one of this nation, to fulfill that which is according to your will, to be set free with the dignity and integrity of not being captives anymore, but at last, thank God, we are free.
Thank you very much, Lion. Thank you very much. This evening, we're going to speak about the American advisory, travel advisory to Jamaica, and then the response from the Jamaican ambassador to Washington had remarks. And then another release this afternoon from the American embassy pertaining to what she said. We're going to have Mr. Rattigan. Are you ready first, Mr. Rattigan?
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, Jamaican Carlos. Good evening, Lion. Good evening, Jeffrey.
Blessings,
Good evening to the your audience. Big up on yourself, everybody. And thanks for tuning in. You could be anywhere tonight, but you're here with us.
Mr. Rattigan, are you ready to read the advisory from the American embassy, from the American government, the travel advisory, the first travel advisory they put out? Or you want to elaborate some more before we go into that?
Elaborate and let me pick it up.
Okay. Lion and Carlos, based on what is going on right now, where the American embassy sent out a travel advisory to Jamaica, and then the comment from the Jamaican ambassador. Let us start with the American advisory first. What do you think about it? Starting with Lion and Carlos. Unmute your mic for me, Lion.
Yes, I can tell you this. This is momentous in terms of an event. Never before have Jamaica seen the likes of what is taking place right now.
Mm-hmm.
The government is crumbling, literally. This is the mini superpower that was so called, even in the Miami Herald, that
Mm-hmm.
has weaved its way into so much corruption that the superpowers, the real superpowers, are starting to distance themselves from it. This particular occurrence is not by accident. The fact that the travel advisory cannot be disputed, everybody knows that. It's not a matter of perception. You look in the morgue, you look at the corruption index, you look at the crime. How can a little place like Jamaica, look at the size of Jamaica, entertain at least 2 persons per day being murdered and consider that normal? This is a war zone. So everybody has woken up to the fact. Now that the big superpower, USA, has confirmed, notice I said confirmed, because when we were out there saying that, we were branded as trying to destroy brand Jamaica. Not that we were defending brand Jamaica. No, it is evident, based on what the superpower of the region is saying, that we are the ones that are defending brand Jamaica. I know Carlos has been defending brand Jamaica himself. Probably not getting the recognition.
Mm-hmm.
Carlos here as talking pure negatives. What is about that, Carlos?
Carlos, go ahead.
Well, that is but we highlight these things because we love Jamaica. And I hate to country. We want to come home, you know. We love Jamaica. We love the people. This is our country. And always simply asking, do the right thing. Like the response that is coming from Jamaica towards everything, starting from the letter that we wrote, I think it's a little bit too rough. It could be a little bit more softer. You know, it could be a little more softer. Everything up till yesterday, I heard the ambassador is asking Jamaicans like to write or call the U.S. State Department to see if they could lower or drop the travel advisory. And I think that's a little bit, to me personally, I think that's it, like bullyism, like you're calling on Jamaica to clog up the system with letters and calls. And I think that's her job. She also blamed us today that we're the one who caused this. And here comes a letter today, and you know what's up. So I think they could have dealt with it a little bit better from the first letter was written from Dr. Rupert until now. Everything is too rough, you know?
Wilfred Rattigan?
Yes, Mr. Tavares.
Based on the whole travel advisory, because they're going to have you read the travel advisory that was sent out, and then, are you hearing me clearly? Yes.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yes, and then we're going to dig deeper in it. But what is your views on the whole thing that went on from the Americans, then the Jamaican ambassador commenting on it and saying that, you know, some people who end up that they're doing it?
You know, I know I'm going to, I always wear the hat of a diplomat, unlike the police commissioner who doesn't wear his police commissioner's hat all the time.
Mm-hmm.
He should. And just looking at this, it's a series of missteps. It's a series of mistakes. It's a series of errors. It's a series of incompetence. And I've said before, and I continue to maintain, that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade is run by rank amateurs. They don't know what they're doing. They're on the big stage, but they're not big stage players. You know, they're not big stage actors. They simply don't understand how this you know how this thing works. And they keep making mistake after mistake after mistake. And we have an ambassador who's been here. This is her second go around. This time she's been there for 8 years, almost 8 years. And it's abundantly clear to me that she has no clue. She's clueless. And I say this based on facts. I'm not saying this based on any personal attacks. But we have to identify the issue in front of us. And the issue in front of us is incompetence. And also truth. That's another issue. They just can't seem to get their stories straight. They just keep tripping over each other. And it would appear as if it's contrived, like they're lying. Even if you don't want to say they're lying, you're almost forced to use that word, because the things that you see happening leaves you no other choice but to reach that conclusion.
Mr. Rattigan, before we go any further, can you go ahead and read the American Travel Advisory to Jamaica, please, sir?
Yeah, for those of you who heard about it but don't know what it says, and for those of you who have read it, please forgive me. I'm going to read it again. And for those of you who never heard about it, never read it, this is the first time, prepare for the shock. I said prepare for the shock. Now, this is a level 3 travel advisory, and it's basically telling Americans, and by extension the world, that they should reconsider traveling to Jamaica. They don't say don't come or don't go. Well, actually, it would be don't come, because it's coming from out of Jamaica, from the embassy. They're not saying don't come. They're saying if you really want to come, you should reconsider coming, because there's some issues here and you might be affected. All right. It says this one, actually, they said it's reissued with updates to crime and health information, which tells me that it was a 3. It was a 3. They're just saying reissued with updates. So
hold on for me, Mr. Rattigan. The one today is reissued updates?
No, I'm reading the one that came out January 23rd.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Reissued with updates to crime and health. And it says reconsider travel to Jamaica due to, and in bold, crime and medical services. U.S. government personnel under Chief of Mission Security responsibility are prohibited from traveling to many areas due to increased risk. Please read the entire travel advisory. Now, Chief of Mission, that's a fancy word for saying the ambassador. And it says, country summary. Listen to this, people. Violent crimes such as home invasions, armed robberies, sexual assaults, and homicides are common. I don't know what common mean. Mean that all the time. And it says sexual assaults occur frequently, not infrequently, frequently, including at all-inclusive resorts. So what this is telling the people who are booking to go to the Sandals and the couples and the so on and so forth, they're saying you're not safe there because frequently they rape people there. I'm not the one. I'm just reading what the American government put out. It says sexual assaults occur frequently, including at all-inclusive resorts. Now they didn't leave out the police. Hear what they say later. The next paragraph. Local police often do not respond effectively to serious criminal incidents, and we know this to be true. It says when arrests are made, cases are infrequently prosecuted to a conclusive sentence. Remember, we're talking the other day about you stand a 90-something% chance if you commit murder of getting away with it. Families of U.S. citizens killed in accidents or homicides frequently wait a year or more for final death certificates to be issued by Jamaican authorities. They're talking about inefficiency of the system. The homicide rate reported by the government of Jamaica has for several years been among the highest in the Western Hemisphere. U.S. government personnel under Chief of Mission Security responsibility, and they underscore that. So what they're saying is that if you work at the embassy, if you're an American and you work at the embassy or at the consulate, it says you are prohibited. If you come as a tourist, they said take your chances. But if you work at the embassy, you're not going to these places. You are prohibited from traveling to the areas listed below. You're prohibited from using public buses. And you're prohibited from driving outside of prescribed areas of Kingston at night. Now they go on to, so they talk about the police. Now they go on to Ministry of Health. They said emergency services and hospital care vary throughout the island, and response times and quality of care may vary from U.S. standards. Public hospitals are under-resourced and cannot always provide high-level or specialized care.
Wow.
Private hospitals require payment upfront before admitting patients and may not have the ability to provide specialized care. Ambulance services are not always readily available, especially in rural areas. And ambulance services are not always staffed by trained personnel. So you take your chances when you go inside our ambulance.
Go ahead.
It says, we strongly, and this is in bold, we strongly encourage you. If you really want to come to Jamaica, after all we have said, if you really want to come, yes. But we strongly encourage you to obtain traveler's insurance, including medical evacuation insurance, before traveling to Jamaica, because the Department of State does not pay medical bills. That part is, well, I'll leave it. Not quite accurate, but I'll leave it. It says, be aware that U.S. Medicare and Medicaid does not apply overseas. Most hospitals and doctors overseas do not accept U.S. health insurance. And it says that, you know, if you have to be airlifted to the United States, it could cost you anywhere from $30,000 to $50,000. Then it goes on to say, again, another warning. Despite everything we've told you about the homicide and the rape and the police and the Ministry of Health, Ministry of National Security, if you still decide you want to come to Jamaica, them say, do not attempt to bring firearms or ammunition. Avoid walking or driving at night. Avoid public buses. Avoid secluded places or situations. Do not physically resist any robbery attempt. Be aware of your surroundings and keep a low profile. And here's one that I recommend, that if you're going to Jamaica and you're a U.S. citizen, that you do enroll in the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program. And you should also go to the embassy and let them know that you're in country. And they say, follow the Department of State on Facebook, review the country. Oh, here's another one. Review the country security report for Jamaica. That's one that's put out by the regional security officer. Better than anything you get from the Jamaican government, particularly the Ministry of National Security. And blah, blah. Then it says, violence and shootings occur regularly in many neighborhoods, communities, and parishes in Jamaica. So you see, they might tell you, said, look, this is a dangerous place. No, we're not safe. You know, and they said, no, here's it. U.S. government personnel under Chief of Mission Security Responsibility, that's Americans working at the embassy again, you are prohibited from traveling to the following areas of Jamaica due to crime. St. Anne's, do not go to Steertown and the Buckfield neighborhood near Ocho Rios. Now we know Ocho Rios is a tourist center, but they said don't go there. St. Catherine, don't go to Spanish Town. Don't go to Central Village. Don't go to areas within Portmore, including Nago Head, Newland, Old Brayton, Portmore Lane, Gregory Park, and Waterford. Clarendon, them say, if just don't stop through Clarendon. Don't even use a bathroom in Clarendon. Just zip through Clarendon.
So take a minute now, Mr. Rattigan. The American government is saying that to its citizens.
Yes.
Exactly what they're saying right now.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, sir. Just want to let people know who are just joining us that this is what the American State Department issued on January 23rd, you said, sir?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Continue reading for me.
Yeah, it was January 20. Let me see this. Yeah, January 23rd. So it says, Clarendon, don't stop in Clarendon at all. Stay on the highway, T1 and A2. Don't stop. Not even for use the bathroom. My sister Marie, I hope you don't hold it against me. The US government say it, and me. Clarendon a good parish. More people stop at Clarendon, but Yeah, Clarin and a Dan, right? Are the only Dan that are Clary. Clarin, yeah, Clarin are the only Dan. Okay, all right. Then them say, St. Elizabeth, don't go to Vineyard District community between the communities of Salt Spring and Burn Savannah. Hanover, stay away from Logwood and Orange Bay. St. James, Montego Bay. Them say, do not travel all of Montego Bay on the inland side of the A1 highway. So it's what them tell you. Don't go inland. Stay up on the highway where they're close to the water. No stray and go over in the inland at all.
In the Minister of Security.
Yeah, that's his place. Yeah. And the Queen's Drive from Sansan to Harmony Beach Park. Now, Kingston and St. Andrew, this is interesting. They said, don't go to Cassava Peace. Don't go to downtown Kingston, defined as between Mountain View Avenue and Hagley Park Road, and south of Halfway Tree and Old Hope Roads. Now, like we always say, you know, them not really care what the people below Halfway Tree, and that era there, that era where them people are living at them on top about.
Yes.
Them say downtown Kingston includes Arnett Gardens, Cockburn Gardens, Denham Town, Olympic Gardens. Cockburn Gardens and Olympic Gardens, by the way, those are part, they comprise part of the Prime Minister's constituency. You believe that? Cockburn Gardens and Olympic Gardens. And as Lion pointed out a while ago, to Montego Bay, that area that they're talking about, that's the minister, I think the Minister of National Security, part of his constituency is up there. Mm-hmm. Stay away from Seaview Gardens, Trenchtown, and Tivoli Gardens. Stay away from Duane Park. By the way, the DPP, actually, that's where she used to live at one point, Duane Park. Stay away from Grand Spin, Standpipe, Swallowfield, Elsa Flats, Augusttown. I thought they said Augusttown had no homicide for a long period of time, but they put it in there. Manchester, don't go to Greenvale, Grey Ground, Red Ground, and Vineyard neighborhoods of Mandeville. St. Thomas, Black Lane neighborhood in Seaforth, Grand's Pen, Church Corner neighborhood near Yallas, and don't go to Yallas except if you go on the main highway. Don't stray and go into the town. Trelawney, Clarkstown, don't go there. Westmoreland, Russia community in Savlamar, and Morgan Bay, Kings Valley, Whitehall, Betheltown, and Red Ground neighborhood of Negril. And that's it. So
if you notice, Ratty, if you notice, refresh my mind, Standpipe. That same main road in Hope Road, no, it lead go by Jamaica House.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. So hold on, Mr.
The advisor, you tell us, okay, I'm going to Jamaica House now.
You see what not Jamaica House the other day. You see what not Jamaica House.
And they want to do, who can deny this now? Let me understand this. Who can deny that? Who in them right now can deny that?
So let me ask this question. They also issue a travel advisory in some parts of Negril, the tourism mecca.
Yeah.
Red Ground.
Yeah, they said, let me find it. St. Thomas, Westmoreland. Yeah, that's Whitehall, Betheltown, and Red Ground neighborhoods of Negril.
So, Mr. Rattigan, no. All of this now, in all of this, an advisory was issued by the State Department in America. And in the same breath, the Canadian government did the same thing.
Yeah, and it mirrored this. Essentially, it's the same thing.
There you go. So, fast forward to today. What did the Jamaican ambassador said now?
She said, dear friends of our diaspora and friends of Jamaica. And by the way, I somebody sent this to me and said it's on her Facebook page.
It is.
Yeah, it says, at the embassy and consulates in the United States, we have heard your calls concerning the negative U.S. travel advisory in Jamaica and are using this opportunity to answer your queries. Firstly, this is the best time to visit Jamaica. The weather is balmy and wonderful at 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Guess that is, yeah. Secondly, and to answer your queries, I will share what we understand has triggered this situation. A couple of weeks ago, In seeking to use the upcoming elections in Jamaica to garner immediate attention, approximately 30 members of the Jamaican diaspora in the USA staged a protest in Miami to highlight concerns about crime in Jamaica. Their rhetoric, unfortunately, gave the impression that there was a serious outbreak of violence in the island. This action elicited...
Stick up in, Mr. Rattigan. Their rhetoric...
Yes.
So hold on there. At what time did we mention anything about a big outbreak of violence going on in the country? All was said by Dr. Francis that he is very concerned about the rising crime and the rampant corruption in the country. Isn't that what he said?
Yeah.
Continue from
Maybe we should ask Carlos if Carlos remember anybody saying that.
Carlos, you remember anybody saying that? Because you all were speaking. I was interviewing a lot.
No, nothing like that. That, like I said earlier, is just the roughness and the arrogance in which these people do things.
I want to welcome Sir Herb Nelson, Jr., crime and security analyst. Welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you very much. Good evening to my fellow panelists and to your esteemed audience, Sir Jeffrey.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rattigan, can you continue for me now, Mr. Rattigan, please?
Yeah, she said, this rhetoric unfortunately gave the impression that there was a serious outbreak of violence in the island. This action elicited lobbying by certain groups, which prompted the U.S. government to revise its travel advisory to include stronger language and include a broader list of do not travel communities frequented by the diaspora in Jamaica, and that's where it ends. Now, lots of things wrong with this. Lots of things to unpack. But then here is something that just came to my attention, right? And this is the response to what Her Excellency Ambassador Audrey Marks said.
Mm-hmm.
And this response came from the U.S. Embassy in Kingston. They've been following what she's been saying, apparently. And it says, the U.S. Department of State's priority is the safety and security of U.S. citizens overseas. The department is obligated to provide information to U.S. citizens traveling or residing abroad through travel advisories. These advisories are aimed to help people assess the risk of international travel and understand what steps to take to ensure their safety overseas. The State Department's update on January 23rd, 2024 was a routine release. The release provided an analytical update on medical services. It was not timed with any other issue. Remember that. It was not timed with any other issue.
Mm-hmm.
And if you notice what they said, the release provided an analytical update on medical services. So what they're saying is that they didn't update the crime portion of it. They updated the medical portion of it. So she's talking about the crime portion of it.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
See what the U.S. government is saying. All right. And then it says the level of our travel advisory did not change with this update and has remained at level 3, the same level it has been since March 2022.
Since who?
Since when? Let me read that again so people can understand, because the ambassador came out and she came out, guns blazing, and we didn't have to respond. The U.S. government responded because we didn't put out a travel advisory. So, follow me, people. The U.S. government put out the travel advisory. The ambassador says, instead of attacking the advisory, she attacked us. She said, no, it's the people who go protest as them cause, the U.S. government for changing. No, that's an insult to the U.S. government, right? That's I'm telling you, they regard that as an insult. Yeah. That 30 people going to come and influence our decision on a relationship that's been in existence for decades. Hell no. So they said, look, let's respond to her. And here's a key portion of it. I'm not. Oh. Okay. Here's the key portion. It says, the State Department's update on January 23rd, 2024 was a routine release, meaning nothing special. The release provided an analytical update on medical services, not on crime, on medical services. It was not timed with any other issue. So our issue of complaining, it wasn't time with that. Then they go on to say the level of our travel advisory did not change with this update and has remained at level 3, the same level it has been since March 2022. So it didn't go from a 2 to a 3. The US government is saying it's always been a 3 from March 2022. Almost a year it's been at 3. And we only updated the medical portion of it. Right?
What can we say?
He's saying that we got there about crime, the big thing about crime in Jamaica, that caused it. But as you hear, the update is about healthcare.
Healthcare, right.
2022 March, it has been like that. We've been level 3 since 2022, guys. I did this video.
Since March 2022, almost a year, it's been level 3. Right?
And sorry, Carlos, sorry.
Yeah, they're only at healthcare right now. The crime be no problem. Like they said, tourists go to Jamaica, they're safe, they don't get killed and blah, blah, blah. But the healthcare is what they add right now. But she's saying that because of us, and our balling out, say crime, it caused that. Go ahead, Ratty.
No, the US government went a step further to clarify, to make it abundantly clear why this thing. They said the update incorporated analysis of accidents, illnesses, and deaths of US citizens based on a review of health services and the medical care received when US citizens are hospitalized. Where does it say something about crime? It says Jamaica is and will continue to be a major tourist destination for US citizens. We will continue to work with the Jamaican government and our local partners to serve the interests of US citizens and promote the well-being of Jamaicans. So you see, this woman is a liar. This woman flat out lied.
Yes, that's what it's.
She flat out lied.
Now, is it a pattern? I see the Minister of Information came out in the same vein.
Birds of a feather.
Yes. No, we have to address these baboons in Parliament. Seriously. I don't think it's accidental that the group descriptions for such a collection of people are referred to as baboons. It is not coincidental. No, we have a situation before us. Because no, it is now self-evident that Jamaica is corrupt to the core. And it cannot be denied. We are talking plainly now. It's not as if we are being directed by the political directorate how to speak. We have proven that we can talk.
Yes, let me get Herb Nelson's comment on all of this. Mr. Nelson, welcome to the program, sir. Your comment on the travel advisory that Rattigan just read from the American government, and then the response from Ambassador Ard remarks.
Thanks again, Jeffrey. Listen, I am in the travel advisory that came out, the level 3 reconsider travel. And it says reissued with updates to crime and health information. Reconsider travel to Jamaica due to crime and medical services. U.S. government personnel, and this is on the Department of State website. U.S. government personnel on the Chief of Mission Security Responsibility are prohibited from traveling to many areas due to increased risk. Please read the entire travel advisory. Country summary. Violent crimes such as home invasion, armed robberies, sexual assaults, homicides are common. Sexual assaults occur frequently, including at all-inclusive resorts. Local police often do not respond effectively to serious criminal incidents. Now, this is what I am reading. And then it has a long list of all of Clarendon Parish do not travel. St. Elizabeth Parish do not travel. Hanover Parish do not travel. St. James, Montego Bay do not travel. Kingston and St. Andrew do not travel, right? And they give specific areas inside Kingston and St. Andrew. Manchester Parish do not travel. They give the areas within those: St. Thomas, Trelawney, Westmoreland, right? So it's very detailed what they put out here. Now, when I take a look, yes, the travel advisor for Jamaica has been at level 3 since 18 March 2022 because it was raised due to the COVID pandemic and the crime situation. Since then, Jamaica has faced several challenges, such as a surge in the COVID-19 cases and deaths, state of emergency in some parishes. So this very state of emergency that they've been putting out is what State Department is using now to say this is why we need to raise this up. And the high homicide rate, which comes out at the end of the year. These factors have contributed to the deterioration of the security and health conditions in the country, right? Now, if they're going to do this, and our ambassador has been aware of this warning since 18 March 2022, and the fact that it has never changed, and she is totally out of order to come and to try and blame us for the increase in the alerts that's going out. All they're doing is repeating the very same things that was said back in 2022. And since it never changed from level 3, it remains the same today. And now they're putting it out again. And guess what? Tourists are going to, because they know Jamaica well, and they know where they are going, they're going to take their chances. And they're going to choose to come for the all-inclusive. And they're going to choose to come because, they love the country. Likewise, those of us who are returning home for visit, we choose to come because we know where we're going and we know how to avoid trouble. So the bottom line is basically very little has changed. So there was no need to try to point fingers at us saying that we were responsible for this action, simply because we want to highlight that the corruption, they never addressed corruption. We address corruption. So if the ambassador is saying because of the corruption, it's caused the U.S. government to reissue this, there's nothing that says that here. And with what Mr. Rattigan had to say a while ago, it's very clear that the embassy is not even talking about or dealing with the corruption. My guess is that will come at a later date if they choose to apply the Magnitsky Act after we apply some pressure up here. So the bottom line is, we are in the clear. We're doing our good citizen deeds, and we're going to continue to do those deeds because we're good citizens and we are setting the example for others to follow. And to me, it can't be any clearer. Jeffrey.
Lion?
Herb, to continue something that realign what Rattigan was speaking earlier on. It seems to be a pattern, isn't it? There seems to be a pattern. When we came out as YouTubers, sorry for that. When we came out as YouTubers, they said that we were social media entrepreneurs. We were raising the issue of corruption and violence. Then they came out against Rattigan and saying that he was, carrying a vendetta. He's having a feeling because he wasn't given the post of a commissioner of police. They're still disregarding the message and they're going after the messenger. They still didn't realize that both the PMP and the GLP refused his offer to serve in the same capacity as commissioner of police. So it wouldn't be partisan, but still they're going after the messenger. Now, Rupert Francis, Dr. Rupert Francis, comes out with a letter. They don't deal with the message again. They go after Dr. Rupert Francis. So it's a pattern. The protest goes out. They don't address the issues raised in the protest. They're coming after Rattigan again by way of the information minister that's caught himself in a legal bind right now. And they still didn't learn. No, the US came out with something. And they're still coming after us.
But
They're still going after us. Yeah? Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Sorry, Lion. But the question must be asked.
Yeah.
Did the demonstration that occurred in Miami, does the same demonstration prompt the Canadian government to issue an advisory too?
One must ask the question. Rattigan?
Yeah, because they're part of the Five Eyes. So, and the Five Eyes, that's the US, UK, Canada, New Zealand, and Australia. They have a very close relationship. So if when one does something, the other one generally follows suit. So that's why you see the Canadian travel advisory. It's pretty close to the US version.
And it's the truth. It really is the truth.
Well, I should say this. Normally, when governments issue travel advisories, is to inform their citizens of the potential risks and dangers of traveling to certain countries or regions. They are necessary to help travelers make informed decisions, prepare for emergencies, and avoid unnecessary harm. So if you're going down to Jamaica and you have a heart condition and something happens and you've been told that the necessary treatment for your heart condition is not in Jamaica, it's in Miami. And if anything happens, you have to fly, it takes about an hour and 15 minutes to land in Miami. So how do you prepare for your trip? You make sure that you have the necessary insurance, and they do have emergency insurance policies that you can pay for air ambulance services that can keep you alive until you can get to the, maybe Jackson Memorial in Miami. So people prepare in different ways. It's just like the military. You're going into an area, you have to know what is the opposition in the area. And you have to prepare for that. You have to know about, like in Haiti, kidnapping, civil unrest, right? Domestic terrorism. You have to know about the health hazards, infectious diseases, or environmental pollution. You have to know whether they're natural disasters, right? Political instability, such as coup, protests, or sanctions in those countries, right? Legal or cultural differences, such as human rights violation, discrimination, or lack of consular services in some areas. So travel advisories will help you with these things and give recommendation to travelers. Now you can ignore it because you could probably go there, dress a certain way, blend in with the crowd, and not ever have to worry because you're traveling during daytime and you're not traveling late or whatever time you're traveling that would bring attention upon you, right? Or when these gangs decide to fire at each other. So, different countries deal with these advisories in various varying manners. And I'm sure Jamaica is going to have to deal with it one way or another. Because if you get a tourist shot and die, and that tourist came down and ignored the warning, then you have a problem. But if nobody gets shot that's traveling down there, and we know over the last year or so, we have had several tourists come up missing, been found dead, or been found at all. So, the warnings go, it's a buyer beware warning. That's what it is. So,
Can I ask you a question?
yeah.
Yeah, I really want to ask you this question. And it's about the diplomatic response, or as Carlos really brought the attention, the lack of a true diplomatic response. You think this, and all that you're outlining right now is so self-evident. Nobody have to really prove it. Stevie Wonder can see it.
Yeah.
You think that there's some type of disconnection going on between the Jamaica government and the US government diplomatically? Why they made such a blunder like what they did in the newspaper and Facebook? What do you think?
The bottom line is the ambassador is there to guide the prime minister, right? And she guides the prime minister by being his representative here in the US. Every other embassy around the world, from whatever country, this is what they do. This is what they're responsible for. But when she makes stuff up to try and impugn the integrity of the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force members, right? Namely, Dr. Francis,
Rupert.
and
Yes.
right, and Mr. Rattigan. Then
Yes.
you make stuff up to deliberately impugn their integrity and to cast them in a bad light. But in a situation like this, your Minister of Information should ensure you have the correct information, right? And that minister should be the one to word responses if you're in doubt. But we find he has a problem identifying situations also. We find he makes stuff up arbitrarily. He goes off the reservation making accusations. Stuff he doesn't understand and he doesn't have any knowledge of. So the prime minister's got two people giving him bad information, taking turns impugning people, Jamaicans' integrity overseas. And now the US has to come out and straighten them out. Now he needs to pull them up by their bootstrap or her bra strap or something, because it's just wrong. They're wrong.
So you would agree then that obviously that there's an issue with the communication with the U.S. State Department, at least, because the way in which she came out publicly, and there could have been better back channels that they could have addressed it in. Obviously, those channels are not open, so they have to come out and let's face it, they're attacking Wilfred Rattigan and Rupert Francis. That's what they're doing.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
And they were
they're hiding.
They could get away with it.
They're
hoping that nobody would see it. But when the U.S. has to repeat themselves and make it very clear, nothing no go so. That has nothing to do with what we said.
Yeah.
And if they read the regular, reading is a hell of a thing. They say it's fundamental.
Yes, it is.
We have two individuals, Minister of Information, and now the Jamaican ambassador to the US, who don't read. Because this thing been sitting there from 18 March 2022.
2022.
You think they would have seen it and understand that, hey, nothing has changed. They themselves could use their proper judgment to say if anything has changed. Right? They never did so.
But Herb, see, hold on. Mr. Rattigan, that's a serious point, from 2022. How come they didn't say anything about that before? We see, that's a serious point.
Yeah, because they're looking for scapegoats. They can't address the crime problem. They can't address they're not addressing the crime problem adequately enough. They're not addressing the healthcare problem adequately enough. So instead of going to the US, see what they should have done, right? And I'm telling you, it's rank amateurs. Much respect to the ambassador. But I tell you what, the CG down in Miami, I'm confident that he wouldn't have made this mistake, Mr. Mayor. That gentleman, I think he should be the Jamaican ambassador to the United States. He's head and shoulders above this lady, and worse yet for the CG up in New York. Nothing, no depth, nothing there, nothing. He would not have made this mistake. He would not have made this mistake. He would have read through the material. He would have carefully considered his response, and because this read like a knee-jerk reaction. This didn't read like a diplomat who sat down.
No, certainly did not.
And that led me to ask you this question now, Wilfred Rattigan. As a former diplomat, a retired FBI agent, how would you approach something like this?
First thing is this. Remember this. The very first responsibility of a diplomat is, apart from serving your country, this is included in it. You have to develop relationships with host country government. You have to, because if you don't, you're useless. You have to develop a relationship with host country government officials. She's been here 8 years. If she had been doing that, this would have reached her before it hit the press. This would have reached her, and she would have said, all right, she would have sat down with them and said, listen, how can we head this off at the pass? How can we deal with this before it becomes a controversy? Somebody, it shouldn't take you 8 years to develop that kind of relationship. It shouldn't. I mean, I can tell you some things I've done that people said it's amazing. But that's just how I function. I mean, I know what my role and my responsibilities are, and so I deal with them. And the first thing you have to do is develop your. In fact, you know what? The first thing that you have to do as an FBI agent assigned overseas is to develop relations. I'll never forget former FBI Director Louis Free told me this. He said, absolutely, this is what you have to do, because he was complimenting me, and he said, this is what we're supposed to do. First thing you do is to develop relations, because from that relationship, information will flow back and forth. So the first thing is that she should have had, as I'm saying in Jamaica, links. She should have had strong links over at the State Department, so that something like this come up, they would have advised her, and they would have said, okay, how can we deal with this, right? But if you notice, this thing came out in January, right? And here it is now, she's just running around. She's just running around trying to address the issue. Amazing. This is her job. And she's...
what I'm listening to you carefully, and here's what I am seeing. That because of the Magnitsky Act being mentioned, it has unveiled the fact that the relationship that people thought was enjoyed by Jamaican government and the US is strained at least, and probably at worst, is not existent.
I concur. I concur, because the The Magnitsky is shaking them up. They don't know how to deal with it. I'm getting, information like it's going out of style about how they're responding to it. The fact that a lot of them didn't even know about the Magnitsky until we, as a panel, we started bringing it up, and now they're aware of it. They're terrified of it. They're aware and they're terrified because they see where it could become a problem for a lot of them, right? But getting back to what Jeffrey was asking me, you develop a relationship. How would you deal with this? You develop a relationship. You get information. You start work through it. You notify your home base and say, hey, look, this is coming. This is where we are. And if there's a stalemate, is there anything you can give to me so I can give to my counterparts in Washington, D.C.? And that's how these things work. The idea that you're gonna come along, weeks? January 23rd? No, January. Was it 23rd? Yeah, 23rd. And today's the 7th. So 2 weeks. A little over 2 weeks. 2 weeks later, you come out, you run out, and then the train left the station and gone, and you run out and wave down the train. But you don't realize that the train is not approaching. The train has departed. It's this. This is.
Let me say this: if the protest in Miami, right, has caused a superpower like the U.S. to respond with an advisory against traveling to Jamaica, what about the protests in New York?
Very good point. Very good point. Because you want to go, Carlos?
Yeah, I'll tell something real quick there. One of these things been happening wrong ever since we jumped. Because remember, Mr. Tufton came out and said the travel advisory does not reflect Jamaica, and in considering some medical insurance, something that in find in Europe, they are doing somewhere in Europe. He did not say the Caribbean. He said they are doing it somewhere in Europe, and they mark up the medical. They are thinking about some medical insurance, and he said maybe, no guarantee, the response time is going to be better. All right. To me, I believe that most of the people who come to Jamaica as tourists are from the United States. So to me, I personally think that retaliation. Me hear that Miss Kamina Johnson, me hear she come out, foreign minister. She also said this does not reflect Jamaica, and everything is and so on. Then we also heard people, I want to listen now. Everything is just bam, bam, bam. We also heard the information minister come out and the travel advisory, and what we do is say, Ratty have a axe to grind. Everybody's rough. No love. Nobody are thinking what they're saying, what they're doing. Say, Ratty have a axe to grind. And come to all the stuff, life and Ratty, so them end up in a court right now with a lawsuit. Now, in terms of the guidance the team is getting, is he taking guidance? Because you have to remember that he is also like a micromanager, You see how much ministry in his office right there, the little thing in his office. So you think he's going to listen to these people? Because all of this arrogance, so like it's coming from one place. And I'm hearing lies too. And the king is not too friendly with the truth. I'm just saying. I may have evidence to prove to that, like sleeping with windows and door open. I'm yet to see that. So yesterday, the ambassador came out, Miss Marks, and she said that we Jamaica, she's calling on Jamaicans in the diaspora to make contact with the U.S. State Department. I'm thinking, are you write or call? To me, you're telling Jamaican people to clog up their system. You're the ambassador. I think you should have taken it a better way right now. I think this approach was wrong. So then you see the U.S. response today, that's like a bow. But Ratty just said a while ago. You see, it's all wrong, in my opinion, how they approach this stuff.
Jeffrey, you're absolutely right, Carlos, because for the ambassador to ask Jamaicans in the diaspora to call the State Department, what she's saying is that I have failed. But the answer is not for Jamaicans to call the State Department. That's an even bigger failure. No advertise your failure. Them say we are embarrassed, Jamaica. That's an embarrassment to Jamaica right there. When she go say, oh, you know what? All you people in the diaspora call the State Department and blah blah. As if to say what? As if to say the State Department is going to say, oh, all these Jamaicans are calling, so we are going to have to rescind. She's nuts. That lady is not well. She's not well with this kind of decision making. They should really. I don't know. Look, I don't want to pass. I'm not passing judgment on her, but based on her performance thus far, there is something going on that's not right with her. Because you are here. That's your job. That's her job. Her job is to petition the State Department and get things done. And then when she's saying, I'm asking Jamaicans in the diaspora to, oh, you notice something though. You notice one thing that she didn't do. You notice what she didn't do. You notice what she didn't do. She didn't say, I'm calling on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council members. You notice she didn't say that. Because they are our representatives, right? Allegedly.
You are so correct.
Yeah, she no call them. She called all away, right? And said, we want to call the State Department. Madam Ambassador, are you well or are you unwell? Because for you
she couldn't call it an illegally operating entity. She couldn't.
You're right. You're true. You're right. Because if she had called on them to do, you know what that would be called? Lobbying.
Yes.
That we call lobbying, and there are some serious penalties to do certain things like that, right?
Yes.
From an organizational standpoint, it's a problem.
Yes,
right? They're not even registered. They're not even registered. They're not registered, and they're not lobbyists. So for her to call on them would be a problem. So she said, "All of you people, we don't just oh yes, somebody right, we don't have a 50-cent stamp, not a line, not a whatever, not a 50-cent stamp. But and we don't have no standing. But you're gonna ask us now, say, please, me I beg you now, go and call the State Department and the State Department make a decision and rescind, or modify the advisory. That's foolishness, Madam Ambassador. It's foolishness. That's your job. And if you can't do it, step aside.
Herb, it look like the government is crumbling, man. You think about, have you thought about what a coalition would look like and observer status, international observers coming out of the ranks of other persons coming out of colonialism like ourselves? This government seems to be crumbling. What is it that? Seriously.
Herb, unmute your mic, Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, your mic.
Yeah, sorry about that. There's so many ministers who are misplaced, right? A doctor running national security, a person with a doctorate degree, not even in the medical arena anywhere, medical administration or otherwise, running the health services. Health services falling apart. The hospitals are unsupported. People sleeping on truck tires and plywood. People don't have no toilet paper. Them don't have no sheets. Them don't have no pillows. I mean, how bad can it get? And then you have a hospital that you're trying to make it out to be at international standards. And the costs have gone from 2.5 to 3.5 to 5, now to $14 billion. I mean, if that's how you are forecasting and budgeting to build something, and the costs have escalated out of this world, then you really and truly have a problem. I don't know what it is these people are trying to accomplish by going the route that they've gone. But if an ambassador have to maintain diplomatic relations and in the face of a warning against traveling to their homeland, her job was to inform the home government of the reasons and implications of the travel warning and provide advice on how to respond or resolve the situation. Her job is to further communicate with the U.S. government and other relevant parties to seek clarification, cooperation, and assistance regarding the travel warning. So she could have turned it around to say, hey, we're working on XYZ programs and we are having financial difficulties. Is there a grant out there that could be given to alleviate the problems with the hospital and to alleviate the problems with the Ministry of National Security and JCF? Right? It's their job to update us in this country, right, about the moving back home, traveling home, and to say, hey, here's really what's going on. I don't know if any of you receive any correspondence from
Do you
her.
think they can be fixed?
Yeah, it can be fixed, but they may have to move out for it to be fixed.
Do you think? Do you think they can be fixed?
Yeah, this thing is coming down to
How
do
that's that. I think Jamaica right now is in a scene.
They're in a sinkhole and they can't climb out. That's where they are. And she's busy digging. At some point you gotta realize you can't dig no more because you keep sliding deeper and deeper. Right? So my thing is she has to manage the public relations and media coverage and maintain a positive image because she has done it in the past. But for some
I think it's too late for them now, really.
Well,
Let us welcome now Dr. Rupert Francis, head of the Jamaican Diaspora Crime Intervention Prevention Task Force. Dr. Francis, welcome to the program, sir.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, colleagues. How are you this evening? I'm glad I'm able to make it here. My apologies for my lateness. I've been listening to some of the interactions, and what Herb just said a little while ago is really instructive. That I think we're talking about the ambassador marks, and really I didn't hear everything, but I could see the expressions on both Jamaican Carlos and Wilfred Rattigan's face when they spoke, how emphatic it was. But let me say this to you, that I was amazed at the response she made in terms of the, what shall I say, the reasoning and the travel advisory. And I would say to you, to be quite honest with you, it alarms me because before she addressed the issue of the letter, which was sent directly to her, she tried to be, I heard about a 3-card man, but a 3-card woman, and turned the tide by saying it is the protest at the embassy in Miami that resulted in the United States government sending out not one but 2 travel advisories, plus the British one and the Canadian. Now, what a wonderful bunch of human beings you are, gentlemen. You are definitely, I don't know if I should put you in the category of Jesus Christ or what, because how can you be responsible for something that you had nothing to do with? It's a miracle. Are you getting why I'm pointing? I'm not trying to be...
Because not only that, Dr. Francis, she even said that somebody lobbied the American government.
Lobbied? Wow, I didn't know that I knew presidents and vice presidents.
Isn't lobby? She said, hold on there. I said something that's not go so. I think there's a part that said that some people lobby the government or lobby something. Read that from her. You see that part of Wilfred Rattigan?
Said was that she said approximately 30 members of the diaspora in the U.S. stage a protest to highlight concerns about crime in Jamaica. Their rhetoric, unfortunately, gave the impression that there was a serious outbreak of violence in that. This action elicited lobbying by certain groups, which prompted the U.S. government. I have no idea what she's talking about.
That's what I'm saying. Who lobbied the Jamaican whatever, the American whatever?
Let me just add this. That think about this, ladies and gentlemen. Think about this. She said the 40 people who protested essentially caused groups to lobby and the State Department to initiate this travel advisory. No, so that's what she's saying. The State Department is saying something else. State Department is saying no. This wasn't tied to any event. This is a routine matter, and we're doing it to protect our citizens who live here and the citizens who travel to Jamaica. We want them to be safe. And and they said the update is only about health, right? It had nothing to do with crime. We were out there protesting about crime, corruption, poverty, broken promises, the whole works. But she chose to focus only on crime, and she said it was crime that caused it. So the State Department rubbished her and said, no, it had nothing to do with that. Now think about it. What that tells me is that the Jamaican government is deathly afraid of protests. Because remember they were saying before that the protest was unsuccessful, that we out there waste with time and all of this stuff. And now they come and say, oh, you guys caused it. So which is it? I've heard them saying, they say that, oh, they had very few people out there. It was unsuccessful. It was a waste of time, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden, now the ambassador is saying, oh, no. These 40 people are 40 of the most powerful Jamaicans in America because they caused the United States to issue a travel advisory against us. So, gentlemen, we have to take a bow. We have to take a bow and say, well done. We have to say, well done. According to what she's saying, we have to say, well done. No,
yes, that's
if 40 people, if 40 people could cause that, based on her reasoning, if 40 people could cause the U.S. government to issue a travel advisory, then think about what 400 people in New York will do. 400 people in New York, that might cause the U.S. government to start arresting people. If 40 people can cause them to issue travel advisory, then 400 will cause them to start arresting people. I mean, we hope that they start arresting people, but we're not doing it based on the number. We're doing it based on, we're not doing it based on the number of protesters. We're doing it based on the number of violations that the Jamaican officials have committed. That's what we're basing it on. So I don't know what she's saying. This lady should be recalled. She should go home. Her daughter's almost out of school now, so I think it's time now for her to go. We're sick and tired of the hairstyle. I mean, and people tell me this, that all she do is if she go on, because I'm not on Instagram, all them stuff, and them tell me, all them do is show a hairstyle and I show this and I show that, like she a fashion plate. Time to go home, man. You've leached off of the Jamaican people for far too long. Let's get somebody like Oliver Mayer. Let's get him up here. Somebody who's out in the community, somebody who's doing good work, the work that should be done by a diplomat. Somebody who has the qualities to hang out with the paupers, but dine with kings. That's what we need. She's a one-dimensional person. Actually, she's not.
Let us get Dr. Francis in here now. Dr. Francis, based on all that you hear Wilfred Rattigan said, and based on all that the ambassador sent out, your views on that, sir?
Well, listen to me. My views is that I have to say once again, which we have been echoing, that protests should be our main engine that drives us, because it is quite obvious that these people out there are afraid of the protests, afraid of what the public will think. Look at all the resources they're drawing to their attention, right? New TV, this new ads, new calling together of people coming together, having wine and that. I mean, come on, who are they against? Anyway, I have one thing to say here this evening. I wanted to listen good. Well, they're going to be thankful for this one, because in May, no other than Wilfred Rattigan will be the commander in charge of the next protest. Where? In New York. I say in New York. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at the man with the plan, the man who's going to preside over all the events. And I know already that 500,000 people at least have signed up. They just want to know when, and they're coming from everywhere. So bring your cameras, bring your lunch, bring everything out there because the people are waiting to hear from the persons up here who started it. But we want to carry on the mission, not only there, but in also we are going to see her right on her doorsteps, which she's not comfortable with. So I don't know what she's going to do.
Jeffrey,
I never thought that it would come to this situation where you had to misconstrue, tell things that is not true.
Yes, Ratty.
Make up stories about what happened and what is happening. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, this is a powerful thing that we're
Who is
here.
being rude on this? Hold on for me, Dr. Francis.
What?
Who is being rude on this platform here?
Who's being what? What do you mean rude?
No, not you.
Okay.
Continue. I'm gonna search this chat here.
no, it's thing them on. I see it. Is this gentle? This person? There's somebody inside there.
You
What's
know,
his name?
Al Graham.
listen,
Al Graham.
let me tell
Look
you
at
something.
901.
Let me tell you something. You know what?
901.
Yeah.
One of these people had the audacity to tell people that I'm a scammer. So I'm everything now. Everything that is bad, all of a sudden, I am a scammer. I'm a this. So just look out for it, ladies and gentlemen. Just look out for it. But you have to counter them. You have to tell them that it takes one to know one. Right?
You know what, Dr. Rupert?
Yes.
You know what? They're always trying to deflect away from the message and aim at the messenger. Now, this time the US intervened because it's about no other issue. It's their analytical response to the protection of their citizens that they're doing. Now, with that being said, we know that what we're doing is not just protest, you know. Remember, it was protest and litigation and background check. What's the photo again, Ratty? Because those three parameters.
Public relations and
Public
interaction with donor agencies.
Yes. So it's not just a protest, you know, but the protest of Magnitsky Act in it. It's not just YouTube, you know. No, but the YouTube had litigation following up. So this is a different thing altogether that they're seeing taking place. No, the protest is not just, hey, holding some placards. No, the placards have on very pertinent messages on it that has caught the attention of the international authorities, namely the US. So we are confident that by the time it reaches the New York demonstration, the donors to Jamaica will be thinking of other avenues to contribute funds to Jamaican economy other than the Jamaican government. Not cutting off the Jamaican people. They're trying to make this thing look as if we're fighting against Jamaica. It's not Jamaica. It's a few people who put themselves in authority. Not Jamaica. We are protecting Jamaica because we are Jamaicans.
Let me ask this. Hold on there, Dr. Francis. Go ahead, Dr. Francis.
How many people you have on the thing?
Doctors.
On here?
I don't know the sound.
I have 643.
All right, 643. No, people, you heard Dr. Francis. In Miami, I went down to Miami to lend support because they had a group down there. They had groups down there working on the protest. No, you just heard Dr. Francis. I'm the coordinator for the New York one, and I can tell you that we started working already. We have an advantage over the people in Miami in the sense that we have a longer time period to plan it out. In Miami, they only had 10 days, and see what they did with 10 days. So New York people, in 10 days, you see what Miami do. So we know with 3 months, we have to go do a whole heap. You know what I say? So in the chat room, oh, by the way, somebody was asking, when is it? It's Friday, May 10th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the corner of 42nd Street and 2nd Avenue in Manhattan. Remember that. May 10th, Friday, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the corner, 42nd Street and 2nd Avenue.
Hold on, Ratty.
Yeah.
I just want to say something. Do you know that they have a mission of policemen going from New York now down to Jamaica to talk about crime in Jamaica? Right? They're going to New York NYPD, you know.
Well, look. Well, look, Doc.
That's how powerful you are.
The Doc, if we are the cause of that, then I say good. If we are we're causing them to do all these things. No, because look, for years they wouldn't do it, and if they're doing it now because we are protesting, and then good. But let me just say to the people in the chat, all of my people, and want with a show of hands, with words, want to make a commitment for come out for the 10th. Please, me I beg you know. All of my people from Brooklyn, Bronx, New York, Manhattan, Staten Island, Queens, upstate New York, Philly, DC, Jersey, Connecticut, Bridgeport, big up on yourself. Want all I want to come out in a show of force, because we are when I say show of force, not physical force, we are come out in a show of force in terms of our united voice against what is going on in Jamaica. Also, we have people from Florida coming up. We have people from Atlanta coming up. We have people coming from Canada. We have people flying in from England. So we should have a nice turnout, and we just again we want them to see how we are going to do this peacefully. We are going it will be a peaceful march, but it will be a very impactful march, because we are going to have the media out there. We are going to have everything out there. So if them want to say 40 people, first of all, them rubbish the 40 people. By the way, the Gleaner reported that it's 70 people. The permit was only for 49. Let me make that clear. We were only supposed to have 49 people out there. Gleaner said they had 70 people. But now the minister come and she said 30. Look at what 30 people have caused. Look at what 30 people have caused. So New York, may I look for 10 times the number, because we have way more time than Miami had. And Miami did a fantastic job, right? In 10 days. So we have 3 months. So make it count. Make it impactful. And by the way, you're coming out there to create history, because it's the first time in the history of Jamaica that you will have a protest of diasporans in New York protesting against the Jamaican government. Come out and make history. Bring your family, bring your friends, bring your neighbors, bring everybody you can bring. We have plenty of room out there. All right? Everything will be. Please, come on. Maybe, by the way, want in the chat, want to tell me so now come, please. Tell me so now come, man. Big up the thing. Want to tell me so now come. We don't see nobody else them are coming out.
And share it with other people out there.
Mr. President, Radio Show is on.
What's that?
Good evening, Mr. President, Radio Show.
Okay, good, wonderful. Wow. It's on, Mr. President.
Yes, Millicent.
Mr. President.
Millicent, just so you know, Millicent, we
okay, wow.
I am going to meet with the police because we have to do something about getting the permit up to 1,000. I agree with you. Can you imagine if we even have 500 people out there, what would happen? Well,
Brother Rattigan, let me tell you something. Let me just tell you right now. Right now, you have far more than that, because I got 3 people for you today to help you in your committee today. Okay. And
Maxine
so
coming from Hartford.
More than 30.
Delightful Cano from East New York. Yes, my people. Yes, family. May not have no snow. That's true, OT. That's why we pick May. You know, the worst that we're getting on May is a little rain. Well, we can't deal with that, right?
Look here, we have a Jacqueline Thomas here. I don't have people guys. Because some people are hearing about this low frequency, vibrating and low frequency, always thinking about politics. Jacqueline Thomas, this group right here, whatever we do, will be holding the PNP accountable. The Magnitsky Act. The PNP love. You see the PNP running up and down and jumping up with what we're doing. Do you see? This is campaign time now. Do you see the PNP taking up any piece of what we're doing right here and running with it? Come on, Jacqueline Thomas. Don't come on this page with that. I will get from my block you, because get out of this group with the politics nonsense. Let me continue. Now, the US and England the US and England say we must take action. It's only we can change corruption in our country. Remember that, sister. The US asked us to take action. And remember, none but ourselves can free our mind. It's kind of like that the US are telling us, The US and England, British High Commission and the US is telling us that we need to fight corruption in our country. And those of us in the diaspora, and what we are doing here, people, the PNP don't love it. Don't believe what we are doing here because Mark Golden can come into power. Do you think this fight is going to stop? And Andrew Willis can come back in power. Do you think this fight is going to stop? Come on, people. We have a lot of work to do. We don't start. So come on, Miss Thomas. Get out of the comment section with the nonsense. Get back on the road. We're not talking about the politics here. Leave it on some other page. Thank you.
Yes.
So, I'm things right now in my country. This is how I look at it. A lot of things we say, guys, how they not fix this? How they are coming out and say, well, hospitals are good. This doesn't reflect our hospital, what the US is talking about. It seems as if these guys are okay with the garbage that we have as hospital. And I would call that deliberate engineered hardship. And let's look on this. How can we fix this? That's a big question, How can we get rid of this travel advisory? We have to do some work. Instead of the PR stunt, we spend the most when they go to the hospital, people are on the floor, labor right and PNP. So get off this platform with your politics. You understand me? So this group, no busy with that. Some of the group might support who they want to support, but when we gather, we never talk about politics. You must change this or you must change that. That's not what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about, Jamaica, and for everybody. Jeffrey.
Yes. For those who, let me say something here now. For those who want to research what the American government and the British government put out about Jamaicans must come together and solve their own corruption problem, you can Google it in the Gleaner. I was just reminded a while ago, Carlos, that there is freedom of speech. For the person to come in the platform, don't disrespect anybody on the panel here. There's freedom of speech. They can say what they want to say, but do not disrespect anyone on this platform. Because if you do so, I will block you. But there is freedom of speech.
That's true, Jeffrey. That some people, she didn't know. She probably didn't know. She probably knew and didn't know. So you got to let them know what we're doing here is not PNP labor right, it's for country. Right?
Carlos, hold on here. Hold on. We're not going to spend any time on this. But let me say something to you. People are going to dub us as Labour Party members or PNP members. Quite frankly, I don't care. As what Rattigan always said, we are focused. Right here. We're not going to drift here or drift here. If they come on the platform and they don't disrespect anybody on the platform, they can talk how they want to talk. It's nothing to me. Lion, you're saying something?
You gotta bet Miss Thomas learned today. She learned. How about she
learn? Ratty, why are you laughing at us?
Because Carlos right. She learned.
Let us get back to what we were talking about. The demonstration from New York, Mr. Rattigan. Oh, what are you saying, Dr. Francis?
That we have to let them know forcibly that we are individuals here. We've been fighting a long time, right, to get Jamaica on the straight and narrow so that everybody can benefit, right? Everybody has a little politics in them, but this is not politics. This is when truth comes to the surface. People must understand that. We are not here because of an election in Jamaica or what have you. We are there to see that the Jamaican people are hold their leaders accountable. The same account you must hold us for. So all I'm saying to you is this, that if we work it that way and it work out for the people, one way or another, that's what we want. And I've been trying to tell them, you have been trying to learn, everybody been trying to tell them, everybody. So please listen to us. We're not in there. Stop taking man and give like $5, $10, whatever, $1,000. and just try to demonize people. For what? You don't know people. You don't know what they've done. Go do the research. Go do the research and see what people have done. And then, you know, and then come talk about the other day, one man come talk, let's just come and say, me scam you. I said, did I scam you? Mm-hmm. All right.
Gentlemen, we will come under a lot of scrutiny by people and people talking things and so forth. I'm not saying that we shouldn't say things, we can say it and everything, but let us be focused. We're here on one cause and one cause only, is to assist our fellow Jamaicans and rally around a single cause and a single purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And we all know that single cause and single purpose are going to rally around.
Listen to Jeffrey, just one said this. You know how many people worldwide listening to us right now? I just talked to somebody everybody know, in Italy, and they're watching. Italy,
I know.
Yes, they're watching. People watching in everywhere in Egypt, whatever. Even if they're in Egypt, they're watching. So what?
You know what? You know what's the truth, Dr. Francis?
Yes.
We were agitating before the election date was called. We're agitating when the election date called. We'll be agitating after the election date called. We don't care because corruption must go and people go into prison. That's the only way corruption stops. People at the top, let's follow Singapore. It's a big example. Until you start to have somebody at the top going to prison, the corruption is going to go untouched because it's a free-for-all. All they have to do is to win an election. They're going to find out if this is partisan, yes or no. And the right word is partisan. Yes, we are political because this is about dealing with the people. But we are not partisan. We don't care about left or right. We're going straight. And if the wind coming, we're going to lean into the wind, not back. So right now, what they're trying to do is to deflect what is happening by putting it onto personalities and organizations and not dealing with the issues and the solution. You know why? They are not fixable. That's the only reason why they are behaving like this. They have no intention to comply to law and order that they are promoting. And they are not being used to be held to the fire as it is being done now. Jamaica going to have to consider what is going to be Jamaica's future without them. Because it's not the entire Jamaica. It's not even 1,000 of them. They only look like they have numbers because they can garner support and they know how to do the politics. But it's not a lot of them.
Sorry, let me ask this question here of Herb Nelson Jr. and Wilfred Rattigan, the two security persons on the platform here. Based on Jamaica's crime now, what is going on in Jamaica? They buy over how much helicopters and vehicles according to them and so forth and so on and so forth and so on. And patrol boats and all kind of shebangarang. And plane land into Jamaica. Nobody knows who come out of the plane. The Minister of National Security said people that come and disappear like Sam him out. No one crash land, the same thing happened. Nobody gone to hospital, nobody nothing. Nobody see what happened. They gone like Sam him out. Mr. Nelson, do you believe that Jamaica right now is an open place for terrorism? Unmute your mic for me, Mr. Nelson. Unmute your mic for me, please, sir.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's an open place for terrorism, but we can see a buildup in the past to where certain items, military items, armored carriers, armored tanks. We have seen lately the Molotov cocktails. We've seen weapons, sophisticated automatic fire weapons. And we understand that it's coming out of Haiti or it's coming out of
pipe bomb.
some parts of the US in the South. So if you have all of those things coming out, you have to ask yourself, is this transshipment or is this a build-up towards a bigger action? And so those are the questions that the intel analysts and the hierarchy of the JCF and the MIU in JDF, they have to answer these questions. It's on their table, and they're getting paid big bucks in Jamaica to deal with this kind of thing. Now, if the NYPD is there on a training mission, then the NYPD has depth and breadth in situations like this to where they could blend with the intel analysts as well as with the police that are doing the investigations, and they could help them. They could enhance the true cooperation, the investigation, and they could come up with clear lines of track and trace where they can backtrack to see who might have sent those things there and what was their intention. So maybe it's a good thing that NYPD is down there. And maybe they can come up with some frequency of this training mission, or they could leave somebody on secondment down there for up to a year, because there are a lot of criminals that travel between Jamaica and New York City. And I'm sure NYPD can play a role in Jamaica's investigations and control of its borders, because that is the biggest problem they have, border control.
Mr. Rattigan?
And NYPD does in fact have land, air, and sea assets that they could show Jamaica the effective use of these and how they can bring results. Yeah.
Mr. Rattigan and Jamaican Carlos, and yes.
Yeah. Well, you'd have to.
You're looking
define.
tired, man. As if you're getting bored of the program.
No, my God. You'd have to decide whether it's international terrorism or domestic terrorism, and what that requires you to do is to know your domain. So you have to know, what targets are there, what groups would be looking at these targets, and then you'd have to also look. You'd have to also look at their intention, their capabilities in terms of transportation, their capabilities in terms of communications, in terms of financing, in terms of structure, hierarchy, all of those things you'd have to do. Is Jamaica, and then you'd also have to do an assessment to determine if is it a high level target, is it medium, is it low? So your analyst would play a pivotal role in looking at all of those factors. But the one thing that is a few things concerning to me. One of them is the finding, and I say finding because I don't think they arrested anyone, of 300 plus pipe bombs. That's very concerning to me. Also, the alleged shipment of 50 AR-15s with armor-piercing bullets from Haiti to Jamaica. You kind of get the sense that if all of these, well, the pipe bombs we know to be true because that's coming from official sources. The AR-15s, we're not quite sure because officially we haven't heard anything. But let's assume for the sake of the conversation that it's true. It's very concerning. Very, very concerning. I know for a fact that there have been some instances of suspected terrorists passing through Jamaica. This was a long time ago. I don't know where Jamaica stands on the map of terrorism. Is it a target? Is it a transshipment point? Really don't know. But it's just concerning that you would find 300 plus pipe bombs in one location in Jamaica. And what's even more concerning is that you don't hear anything from the officials. So we don't know if they're looking for more. And and why so? Think about it. In New York, they have the slogan, and it's been exported to other parts of the country. If you see something, say something. And then they come out and they start telling you because there's something called public awareness. If you make the public aware of what's going on. One is it helps towards their security. Two, it helps towards your investigation. But in Jamaica, they just don't tell you. I don't know if it's because they're incompetent, or they're just secretive. I don't know. But something like this, you'd want to talk to the public, because the way I look at it is that if you can find 300 plus in one location, there's a distinct possibility that there are more pipe bombs elsewhere. But you don't talk to the public, so you don't know. Or maybe they're talking to the public and they say, we're not going to share whatever we're doing with the public. But keep in mind, this is the same organization, the JCF, that promised us arrests for the coke find at the Ian Fleming Airport. And we're yet to see any of those arrests. This is the same JCF that a plane violated Jamaican airspace and flew around for 10 to 15 minutes and then crash landed. That's just one. We have several, but that's one. Cargo is gone. Passengers, including pilot, gone. This is the one where we have a gentleman who woke up to find a dead person outside his bedroom door. And it's a mystery because
nothing at all.
They can't piece that case together. Right? And
this is the same
man
JCF.
Who was outside was shot and stabbed. And I could just go on and give you more. Look at the lady who was driving and her son was taken out of the car, and she refused to open up the phone so that the police could. And that case, we haven't heard anything. So it's very common in Jamaica for things to happen and for us not to know. And that is very, very disturbing. It doesn't bode well. So the terrorism question is an open question, but I'm just concerned about all of the activities going on.
You're doing a lot of good, in all of us, not just yourself, Brother Rattigan. And he's a real brother for you, right? Because right now lives are being saved. Just because these things are brought to the forefront and in the spotlight means that they are being diffused. 350 pipe bombs don't come to rob a bank.
Sorry, gentlemen.
Don't come to kill somebody.
Sorry, gentlemen. Continue talking for me. I'm going to take a call here. Continue talking, please.
You don't import 350 pipe bombs, right, to just do normal. That is mass casualty. That's what it is designed for. How can Jamaica be silent? I say you're doing a yeoman's task, Mr. Rattigan, to keep these things to the forefront because they hope that it dies. But when we keep it under the spotlight, it diffuses it from happening. If it was part of a plan or a plot, then we have called it out before. When you say something, if you say something, Jamaica can remain silent on these things. And what we are doing right here is essential to the survival of Jamaica and the prevention of bloodshed. It is a very serious thing. And nothing must stop us. No propaganda, no lies, no attempted character assassination like what the Minister of Information tried. That will not prevent us from doing what we are born to do. We're not being paid to do this. We're saving lives. And hundreds and thousands of lives too. Because 250 pipe bomb can do a whole heap of havoc in Jamaica. Just calculate. Boston bombing. Yeah? Go ahead.
They find 300, right? How do we know that the maker is not right there making more? How we know what is going on in Jamaica? How we know? They're not educating the public to what to look for. They're not educating the public. It's like if we don't talk about it, it's dead. It's not dangerous as pipe bomb, guys.
Yes. How that must disappear? No further investigation. The media is silent about it. The opposition is silent about it. The only real opposition that exists right now is the OJLDF, spurred by other persons in the diaspora, like the likes of Dr. Rupert, Francis, Carlos yourself, Wayne Lonesome, and all the brethren them that is seen a necessity. There's no opposition that is going on right now. We're the only one that is saving Jamaica from this massive bloodbath that obviously is being planned. 250 pipe bombs, I reiterate, is not to block into Miss Granny's shop.
No.
Yeah,
No.
you know that the purpose of a pipe bomb is to cause mass casualty. It's not for a
Yeah.
surgical strike. It's not for a surgical strike. It's not. This is not a sniper. You know, this is more somebody with a like a Gatling gun, just a spray. You know,
Yeah,
without an
advantage.
aim or anything like that. So
Brother Ratty, I'm in agreement with you. A bomb is a bomb. If you even have a jar of gasoline or kerosene oil, and you fill it up with and you light it and throw it, that's a bomb. But can you imagine when it is a real bomb now with plastic explosive, whatever the explosive is inside, you throw it in a place and that can have accelerants as well. Mass casualty, throw it in a stadium. We don't know what these guys are. They could be trying to create a situation, right? I don't want to talk it into existence. What we want is to prevent it. That's the reason why we have to intervene and to prevent. That's the whole point. But instead, you have some people there who are talking, boy, must bad mind. Well, I'm going to tell you something. If it means saving a life, then a bad mind. If it means stopping somebody from killing somebody, then a bad mind.
I
If it
agree.
means anything
But
you can say, yeah, amen. I am going to say yes, then a bad mind, because it is stopping one more casualty. And worse, the casualty could be you who saying that about me tonight. And I save them. Simple and straightforward.
Very, very dangerous guys. We got some very, very dangerous devices. Very, and the government of Jamaica is staying quiet, and the public is going blind and they don't know what's going on. Not hearing no news. They're not being informed. They're not being educated. How they must keep the public safe if they're not educated people to help you by time. They're not doing nothing.
I'm calling for election too.
Hold on,
Which party have a crowd gathering?
Oh yeah, hold on. Guys, you know what I realize now? These guys are rendering proof. Them creating a rendering, a distortion from the facts, from the election, bringing the New York people coming down. I don't have no problem with that. I welcome them. But can you imagine you're bringing them down to do what? Huh?
To experience 250 pipe bomb. That's what they're bringing them down for.
but here's the thing.
A pipe bomb party. No Guy Fawkes not take place at God knows, if that's what they plan. I'm not afraid to talk, because unless good men see and speak, they might allow evil to multiply.
Exactly.
250 pipe bombs we missing give me enough cloud for talk. And say, don't bother wait if go blow up no place and blow up garden town and go blame it on nobody. Our garden house, our Jamaica house, or any crowd where it's together in a politics time. Don't bother do that, because we diffuse that already. Notice the media not talking about it. And children of the pipe bomb can't go in on the body pocket and walk out the station. So there should be follow-up investigation towards something that is threatening national security. I wonder if the understand say that don't represent normal robbery. It's national security that are threatened.
And remember, so Peter
I wonder if they understand that.
So Peter Flynn put it in the chat. They said that the fertilizer, don't forget the fertilizer missing, hundreds of thousands of pounds missing. And them can't.
That is even more so. Even more so.
See,
they want us to forget these things, my virgin.
One of the things I think that they need to note is you have people go around, what we call sanitation engineers here, Jamaica common term is garbage men, picking these things up. But, the smell of sulfur and other explosive residue, we have to probably teach our people picking up this stuff what to smell and what to look for, because they're the ones might be the first line of defense right there. Right?
True.
Because people, when they have the remnants after they work on these various weapons, they don't want to keep it in their household because they don't want to trigger any kind of explosion, because they have residue, and they might light a lamp or some other light may happen, the stove or whatever, and they have a big accident and they blow themselves up. So they always try to get rid of this stuff, even taking it down to the seashore and dumping it. People have to be very cognizant of who's dumping and what they're dumping, right? And they have to have that ability to see something, say something. Call 119, which is the thing to do, and report it. Especially if you think you see the people with gloves on and they're handling this container with extreme caution, and they're dumping it where it's not supposed to be dumped. Yeah, you call somebody. You make them know what you observe, and they have to come out and check it out. Bring the right people to come out and check it out.
They know. They know that they're being watched right now by the international eyes. So if it's even a firework go off in the wrong place where it's not supposed to go off, we are going to hold responsible those that are in authority and those that had the ability to do further investigative journalism and fail to do so as culpable in whatever damages that occur from these things that are missing from the public eyesight without any accountability to it. Let them be warned that this Magnitsky Act is against human rights violation, and they are qualifying themselves day by day as fit candidates to go in the best prison. We are not going to sit idly by and allow them, first of all, to bleed Jamaica of resources, sell out everything. Imagine the highway and the land that join in the highway and follow the highway. China, who own Jamaica right through and through, wherever you see the highway goes. We cannot sit quietly and watch these things happen and let them threaten us. So we're mashing up brand Jamaica. That is a thing to gag you so that you can't speak of what they are doing. No, that is finished. Now they want to have the blood of the Jamaican people run again, so to satisfy their lust while they're lying in their pockets. That is not going to happen again. At least not on our watch. Not this generation. We're not going to watch it. And I don't care what they want to say. It cannot be stopped because it has now reached critical mass. And it started to form from the diaspora. And it is going to all the other nations where Jamaica comprises a serious population. I don't think it's going to die after an election. It's not going to die after an election. We are determined that we as a people must finally be free. It's about time.
Carlos?
You know what? We just want the audience to know here, Jeffrey. And my audience too. Audience from everywhere. We know that they are. When they come here so, from all over the world. This move is a God move. I just want you guys to know that. This move is a God move. If you notice how we pray, and Jeffrey asks a prayer, we pray in our meeting people. We are praying in our meeting people. Even today we talk to Lion. This move is a God move. There's nothing but God happening here, people. Simple example. When Dr. Rupert wrote the letter, we put his name to that letter. Because trust me, the letter is a group effort, right? Dr. Sigrid stepped up and put his name to it. We were thinking about in the meeting, we need to get it to the Star, the Gleaner, how we're going to get it out there. People, by our surprise, it dropped. Poof! Poof, people. We didn't know that this letter was going to go so far and wide. We didn't have to do no work. Everything what is going on here, people, lead up to tonight, what they say we come here to talk about the ambassador. It's all God move, people. We have to do nothing, people. God is just working. I want you guys to know this movement is a God movement. Every man here know that. But right now, what me gonna say? Me have a family member working at tourism right now, and I used to work in a tourism before I come to America, right? Now I have a brother in Jamaica deal with tourism, and if the travel advisory will affect him too, right? Travel advisory will affect a lot of my friends also. It's our Jamaica. We want Jamaica back on the feet. So my question to Herb or Jeffrey, how do we get back this train and the track so this travel advisory get off the back so Jamaica can get back to work, get back to business? My brother don't miss a dime. He can feed his family. How do we get out of this travel advisory? How can we fix ourselves? We have to fix ourselves instead of the PR stunt that they've been doing. We realize that's not going to work now because all this we spend the most on is just a PR stunt. Tell me, how can we get back our country, my brother, so my brother can continue to work in the tourist industry along with others?
I yield to Mr. Rattigan.
Well, that's a good question. But I'm not so sure that it's addressed to the right group of people, because I tend to think that the elephant in the room is China. And if you recall, a few weeks ago, the Chinese foreign minister was traveling throughout the region, and he made a stop in Jamaica, and the prime minister and the minister of foreign affairs and foreign trade made an announcement that they're in support of the one China policy, which means that they believe and they support the idea that China should have control over Taiwan, which is a big no-no for U.S. policy. It's not. And not only the U.S., but most of the first world countries, I would contend that they're against Chinese domination or control over Taiwan. They believe that Taiwan should be autonomous, it should be independent, or it should remain independent. And if you notice that they're constantly doing drills with the Taiwanese to send out a message to the Chinese that, you know, they're willing to support and defend Taiwan. And if you just look at the timing, it was right after that the travel advisory came out. Now, they for some reason, Jamaican government is just afraid to say, look, we know that, or we believe the reason why this is happening is because of our support for the one China policy. They just, I don't know why they don't come. Instead, they blame everybody. They blame us, right? And it's funny. They started this. When they started out, they dismissed us. They said, "Oh, it's a fringe element of the diaspora, and they're wasting time." Now, all of a sudden, we're being blamed. We're being blamed and look, we're not the ones who imposed that travel advisory. Now, we don't own a country. We don't have no tourism coming from where we live. I mean, personally, to Jamaica, that's the U.S. government. No, they tried in Jamaica to coerce the U.S. government or the embassy to get this thing changed. That didn't work. So then they come up, and now the ambassador went over, and I guess she met with State Department. That didn't work. So they have to find a scapegoat.
No, but hold on, Mr. Rattigan. Why didn't the ambassador just came out and said that, you know, we all know what has went on. This is because of China. Why she's blaming her fellow Jamaicans?
Well, the thing is, them can't come out and say it's because of China. Them cannot. They have to keep their mouth shut. Them already open it. And then them close it. Them can't open it again. So what they should have done, here's what happened. I think if Jamaica tomorrow said, look, we are renouncing the one China policy, I guarantee you the travel advisory, it would be revised, and it would be revised favorably. Because listen to this. The Jamaican government said that the murder rate last year was down 7% from the year before. So 2023 was a had better statistics for murder than than 2022. And they said that crime was, I think they said 22, crime across the board, 22% down. That's good news, right? So why, but if you notice, the US government said, our update, it doesn't have anything to do with crime. Even though now they've put more areas to avoid.
Yes.
You know, even though they said that, look, this is not about crime, it's about the health care. They put more areas. So the whole thing is screwy. The whole thing is screwy from the American side and it's screwy on the Jamaican side. But the worst thing is when the ambassador took the opportunity to say it is the diaspora's fault. This element, this 30 people caused all of this. And then she was completely dismissed by the US government after she made that statement to say, no, it's nothing to do with an event. Completely. They said, look, this travel advisory has been in place since 2022, Madam Ambassador. So we don't know where you're getting your facts from. All we're doing, we're saying that there's a problem with the healthcare. No, what they should have done is come out publicly and say, we don't know why the American government is doing this because our healthcare is first world.
Yes.
Everybody in Jamaica is getting first-class medical treatment. There is no wait there. We have the modern technology. All of the equipment that we need, we have in place to take care of everybody.
But Mr. Russell, they can't do that because videos are circulating all over social media of people laying on the ground.
No, I'm just being facetious, saying that if they really wanted to deal with it, they should have. But we know they can't make that argument because the videos are out saying that the Jamaican healthcare is a mess, right? The hospitals are a mess, so they cannot make that argument. So they're between a rock and a hard place. So what do? They can't keep. They're sitting there and their mouth, it's shut, right? So what do? They say, all right, we have to open it and say something. We have to blame somebody. We can't blame the big bad USA, right? We can't blame them. So let's blame it on these guys over here. But here's what I say. What I say is that if that's the way they truly feel, that the 30 of us caused this problem, I'll take the credit. I'll take that credit. And I'll tell them, you haven't seen anything yet. There's more to come. That was the first protest. We have 5, and then we're going to do a round robin, right? And we've only gone through 1. So if they want to give me the credit, fine, I'll take it. I'll point out the fallacies with the problems with their arguments. I'll point it out saying, no, I think what you're saying doesn't make any sense. However, if you want to blame me, yeah, I'll take the blame. I'll take the blame because people have been calling me all day long and said, why do I blame you? I said, no problem with that. No problem. Me take the blame, But the ambassador and the foreign minister and the junior foreign minister and the prime minister, all of you really look foolish.
God move.
Stage. You really look foolish on the international stage when you make these kinds of arguments, to say that it is a fringe element that's causing the state. In fact, you insult the US government because what you're telling them is that 30 people, nondescript people, can protest and cause a change in American policy. 30 nondescript people.
That's what they're saying.
Change. Yeah, so they're saying, what the hell is Jamaica saying? And by the way, remember this, Jamaican. Let me teach you a little bit more foreign policy. You say, hold on a second.
Can your mic come up a bit louder? Mr. Rattigan.
You can't hear me now? You can't hear me?
Yes,
right.
much better.
Let me just say this, that here's how it works. The State Department in Washington, D.C., they depend on the embassies to provide them with information on the ground. The State Department doesn't make a decision like that without the embassies sending a cable saying, look, here is what we're seeing, here's what we should do. And then the State Department in Washington, D.C., main state, they'll say yes or they'll say no, right? They control all of that. The ambassador is the chief of mission. He controls everything in country, but he reports to to Main State. So here's what happened. They made a decision on the ground in Jamaica, in Kingston, that listen, we are going to issue a travel advisory. Whatever the basis was, they said we are going to do it. So what they did, they sent a cable off to Main State and said, listen, here's what we want to do. Main State looks at it and said, fine, go ahead, do it. Right? Generally, that's how it works. In this case, though, I think that there's something else at play. I think that what happened is that when Jamaica came out and said, we support the one China policy, Main State heard that, and Main State then said to the embassy, issue the travel advisory.
Yes.
Issue the travel advisory. So that
with more power.
Yeah. So normally it goes from embassy to Main State back to embassy. In this case, I think it went from Main State to embassy, saying. So when I'm going to the see, that's what I'm telling you, that the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, she's been in the position for almost 8 years, but she's a neophyte. She's new to this, because when you come out and you make a statement like that, and you say that the embassy put this thing out, you should know that what she should have done is get on a plane, come to Washington, and hang out with the ambassador, and then go see the State Department. Because going over to the embassy is a waste of time, because them can't change it.
So what are you saying, Mr. Rattigan? Hold on. What are you saying, Mr. Rattigan? Minister Johnson Smith going over to Nick Perry, the American ambassador to Jamaica. Don't pull no weight or nothing. Just fly to Washington.
It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time, because he something like this, he would have to go back to Main State and say, hey, they're asking me, they're protesting, and they're asking that we make the change. And Main State, based on what I believe to be the basis for this, they're going to say no. So what she should have done, if she really wanted to show her acumen on the diplomatic stage, is to say, all right, you know what? I'm flying up to Washington. I'm going to go sit and talk to the people for the Caribbean desk or the Jamaica desk or whoever is in charge over there, and make your pitch right there. But going to the ambassador in Jamaica, that should have been quietly done, and it should have been quietly done by the junior minister. And here's how you do that. You come Washington first. And while you're making your argument in Washington, or just before you make it, you make the junior minister go over and start talking to the ambassador. That's how that would be done. But to get up and say, I'm going over to Ligoni and I'm gonna go talk to them and prosecute our case as to why the travel advisory should be rescinded or should be changed. It's a waste of time. That's not how it's done. And I'm telling you.
So your capacity.
Beg your pardon?
Your capacity, Mr. Rattigan, as a legal attaché.
Yeah.
That's where your advice is coming from. You don't think a diplomat in their position should have known these methods?
That's why I'm saying that she's new to this thing, because that's how it's done. And I've served in many embassies, right? I was based in 2 embassies, but within my area of responsibility, like in the Middle East, we had 7 embassies, right, and a whole bunch of consulates. In South Africa, I think we had Southern Africa, I think we had 16 embassies, and you get certified to work out every single one of them. So I've been to a whole bunch of embassies, and that's how that works. It's a complex game. But you have to, if you don't know what you're doing, you can get hurt. And you see what happened now, the country of Jamaica has been hurt by ineptitude and inexperience. Exactly, Mega.
Yeah,
well, we have a word for that, Kakistocracy. Right? And that is when you have the worst set of people leading. You put people in positions where they have no aptitude, they might have learning disabilities. When you put them you put them in a position where the learning curve is just so steep that no matter, them can see the same problem day in, day out, and them still make the same mistakes. And look, the foreign ministry, they've been making mistakes from day one. They've been making mistakes since 2016. Until now, 2016, right until 2024, they've been making mistakes. And guess what? They will continue to make mistakes. The deputy minister, the junior minister of state in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Honorable Terrelong, He's coming up in April to do a 5-city tour. I will be there because I have some questions I want to ask him. I will be there. And by the way, people, they have a biennial conference which will be held in Montego Bay in June of this year. Boycott it. I'm telling you right now.
Hold on for me, Mr. Rattigan. Based on what is going on in Montego Bay now, with this now Wester Sea, most of Montego Bay is mashed up.
Yeah, and then not only that, it's supposed to be the Diaspora conference, and you have to pay a registration fee of 100 and something. So you have to look. If you go, I say to you, support. Yeah, that travel advisory, right? Travel advisory. If you go to Jamaica, avoid the conference. Go to Jamaica and support the economy. Go and look for your family, friends. Spend money with them and everything, but avoid the conference completely. It's a waste of time. And I'm issuing a travel advisory. I'm issuing it. Do not go to that. You are prohibited from going to that conference. Do not go there. Avoid it. It's a bunch of imposters. It's a bunch of bogus people trying to defraud you, take money from you, and talk all kinds of foolishness. And at the end of the day, you'll have nothing to show for it.
Mr. Rattigan, what are you saying? Hold on for me, sir. What are you saying? That the Jamaican government is having a diaspora forum in Jamaica, and you're saying is nothing but imposters going there, sir?
Yeah, because listen, if it's truly an a diaspora conference, why don't they have it in the diaspora? It would make more sense to have it every 2 years. You have it, you switch from the US to the UK to Canada and Jamaica as well. Have it in Jamaica, but you can't have it every 2 years in Jamaica. Every time you have the conference, it's in Jamaica, and when you go, it's pure foolishness. Them tell you. What I would say to the people is tell them that, hey, if you don't want to have a conference, put it online, because we're not coming. We're not coming. So we can make all the plans and no one. Or if we do come, we're not going to the conference. We're gonna go visit our folks. We're gonna spend money. We're gonna help the economy, but we're not coming to this bogus conference. That's what they should do. But when the minister comes, by the way, in April, don't boycott him when he comes. Please show up in force. And if you don't want questions for ask him, listen, we don't even have to do that, because we know bright people. We know the questions. We don't listen to Carlos and Jeff and me and Lonesome and Andre and who else? And Dr. Francis and Herb and we know all the questions already. But if you don't need questions, if you need to refine them, you can reach out to us. And we'll give you the questions so that when you go, you can ask the questions. And I hope that the ambassador doesn't do, or the people in charge of the conference of his tour, they don't treat us the way that the ambassador does, which is she make our friend and company ask him softball questions. She don't make them ask him the tough questions.
And not only that, she end up saying, hold on for me, line, I'm coming to you. She end up saying that I am rude. And I'm trying to find out from Madam Ambassador, in what way was I rude to her or anybody in the panel? Go ahead, Lion.
You see, as I said, they always leave the message and go to the messenger. The question I want to ask now is this. This advisory that is causing this furor right now is from 2022?
No.
I'm asking a question.
One is from 2022 and one was issued recently.
And no, but I don't think this is new.
No,
the question I'm asking is this. If this level of advisory are near, go ahead. You're saying?
No, I was saying to you that based on what Jeffrey? I was saying to you that based on what I saw in the newspaper,
look like it's
one was issued before. Isn't that so, Mr. Rattigan?
Yes, go ahead. One was issued. You mean the travel advisory?
Yes.
Yeah. If you look at this, I have it up right here. It says it's updated. It's reissued. The one that was issued on January 23rd, reissued with updates to crime and health information. And then And if you look at what the State Department said, hold on one second. If you look at what the State Department said today or tonight, right? They said that the level of our travel advisor did not change with this update and has remained at level 3, the same level it has been since March 2022.
So what they announced recently is just basically an update.
Right. They're saying that
it's crime and medical services. It you know, if you get shot, if you have a car accident, you know, you may have a problem. If you have a heart attack, or if you have emergency surgery that's needed, you may have a problem. It's not to say that the doctors are not available, but they just don't have enough to go around. I don't know, you know, if you guys have done any research, but Jamaica's doctors as well as nurses are way below where they're supposed to be. For instance, according to the World Health Organization, Jamaica has about 1.6 hospital beds per 1,000 of its population, which is below the regional average.
Wow.
Of 2.2 hospital beds per 1,000 population, right? So what's in the region? The region is Puerto Rico, Hispaniola, which consists of Haiti and Dominican Republic, and Cuba and other places. They're running 2.2. Jamaica running at 1.6. The physicians is 0.4 physicians and 1.1 nurses and midwives per 1,000, which is also below a regional average. It's a low level of human resources for health. So if there was a massive tornado that hit Jamaica, God forbid, they wouldn't have enough nurses and physicians. They don't even have the EMTs and the ambulances to come get you. So you have to hope and pray that you have qualified people living in your neighborhood that can begin to take care of the local population, because Jamaica just doesn't have it. You know, they don't have an EMT service. That's why people die before they can get them to the hospital. I remember training that JDF was doing, and this private got shot. This happened about 3 years ago. And it took them the whole evening, about 3 hours or more, to get him to a hospital. When they did get him to the hospital, he died because he was too far gone. So you have to be cautious about your driving and accidents and other things. If it weren't for COVID, Jamaica would not have more than its fair share of ventilators. They had no ventilators for accident victims to keep them breathing. But because of COVID, they were forced to go out and buy ventilators. So right now, we don't know if the ventilators are still kept in proper working order. We don't know anything about the health services in Jamaica because there's no transparency and there's very little accountability. And you hear us saying this over and over. You need transparency and you need accountability. Pharmaceuticals and other medical supplies, same problem. Amenities in your room, like, Wi-Fi or, a television. A lot of these things don't exist in public spaces, and it's limited in some private spaces. So when you talk about hospital beds, linen, pillows, AC, and all these things, it's not like going to a hospital here in the US. It's a completely different situation you're facing in Jamaica.
But Mr. Sir Herbert Nelson, Wilfred Rattigan, Lion, and Jamaican Carlos.
Yeah, I might have to leave. Yeah, I might have to leave now.
Yes.
All right, you can continue.
Yeah.
Right.
The question I want to ask here tonight: the amount of money that is being spent on healthcare in Jamaica. Don't you think that every hospital in Jamaica should have a bed?
Should have a lot. Yeah. Yes, Jeffrey. A lot of money is spent. Remember, we spend most of it. But what we are seeing, it doesn't match the reality. When you go on the ground, you hear people talk. Remember, I just lost my dad, man. Remember, I just lost my dad. So you talk to somebody who faced it firsthand. First time I used to talk about this stuff because I read about it, or somebody might tell me about a family member. But when it happened to you personally, and while I was there, a couple of my neighbors, family members, drop out serious. Same thing, same cried. I have my friend, his mother, she come from home. She have her nice boys. Some of them up here. I take good care of their mama. They said when they went down by the Black River Hospital, their mama was in a corner, lay down in the bed with her dress roll up over her. He had to go in there and put on a towel over his mama. This woman means so much to these young men who are their mother, precious to them, but nothing to some people at the hospital. Same thing with my daddy. He's so precious to us, and he means nothing to the system. Nothing to the healthcare system. So that needs to be fixed, you know. We can't go back to that nonsense. So
hold on for me, Carlos. Carlos, hold your point you're gonna have. Hold on for me. Don't move. I want Wilfred Rattigan to answer this question. And Sir Nelson, Jamaica spend so much money on healthcare. Don't you believe that every hospital should have enough bed? That if they had a proper healthcare system and the amount of money they spend, you believe the American government would issue an advisory like that? Wilfred Rattigan?
Look, allegedly spent. Go back and look at the Auditor General's report, and you'll see that they're saying that their monies cannot be accounted for. So when they say they spend it, the question is, where did you spend it? Show me. You say you buy machines and you say you buy this and you get money for that. Show me where the products are. Since you say since you received the money and you were supposed to buy them, show me. So you don't need to go much further than that. When you say, oh, they've spent so much money. No, they haven't. They haven't. Because there's no way they could have spent that amount of money and not have the equipment and all that stuff. I mean, look at the Cornwall Regional Hospital. The best case to look at how government has mismanaged funds. Just look at that. It started out with a small number and now exponentially it's grown into a huge number and still spending is continuing. And then when you look at the services provided there, you realize that poor people get a raw deal, may I tell you, because the people who are responsible for them things, you think they must send them sick family members go to them hospitals, eh? Hell no. Them send them out what? Run it to its wing if them have to send them, and beyond that is to Miami, right? They're not sending them down to Jubilee and all of them.
KPH and all those places.
KPH. No. So it's just, to me, this is a classic case of what they call chopping, right? And so we just have to get the Magnitsky going and the chips fall where they may.
I want to ask this, Mr. Nelson, answer the question that I just asked a while ago, pertaining to all the money that is being spent for hospital, health care, and so forth. If all of that was going on, if all that money was being spent, do you think American government would issue an advisory? Look at Montego Bay Hospital, Correctional Hospital, millions has been spent, and I know it can't finish. And people and people who have position there that are qualified for.
Okay.
Talking about people who have an integrity.
The
I can't behave
problem.
myself. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
You've got a situation here. The Auditor General Department said the total expenditure on hospitals and equipment in Jamaica for financial year 2020 and 2021 was 29.9 billion. This amount includes 24.4 billion for recurrent expenditures such as salaries, utilities, drugs, and maintenance. 5.5 billion for capital expenditures such as buildings, vehicles, and medical equipment. Now, with all that in mind, when people need an ambulance, where's the ambulance coming from? Where's the maintenance being done on the ambulances? Right? You see fire truck breakdown, you see police car breakdown. So where are the ambulances? They just don't buy ambulances. Right? Somebody got to put somebody inside a vehicle and transport them quickly to save their lives. Right? The problem is they found in the audit that the Ministry of Health and Wellness and its 4 regional health authorities face several challenges in managing the public health system, such as inadequate funding, staffing, infrastructure, and equipment. Right? They've made recommendations in planning, budgeting, and monitoring, and further evaluation of the public health system. But it's just being underfunded, and it's not adequately policed. In other words, you probably don't have hand receipts for anything in any of those buildings, and stuff probably walking out the door. Pillows not there, bed linen not there. Woman come to the desk in one of the videos Lonesome showed. I said she didn't have a bedpan. Well, you have to come to the desk, come ask for a bedpan if you have a problem, bladder or otherwise, that requires a bedpan.
But Mr. Nelson, sorry to cut you. Remember what I'm going to say? You talk about that, Did you know that opposition Senator Lambert Brown was admitted in the hospital, and he came out and talked that not even beds they don't have.
That's
they
right.
couldn't find a bed for him until later on in the day.
Yeah, well, a good friend of ours that said when she went to the Savannah Hospital, her bed was plyboard on top of truck tires.
What?
Yep. So, and she didn't want to complain because she was afraid they would retaliate against her.
There's a moment like that.
And she had a stroke.
All on the herb.
Yeah.
I just did a video the other day, where I just did a video the other day. You remember I was telling you that lady, that Mia, she was in Sabla Hospital, and she said the nurse was same Sabla Hospital. She was alive, Jeffrey. She said she was laying down on rubber on the Sabla Hospital. Remember, you and I know this lady, The lady was laying on, decent lady, decent family, laying on rubber at the Sablamar Hospital. I did a video on it. She said the nurse was sponging her down, you know what I mean, and it was cold, and she complained, and the nurse slapped her in her face. I did a video on that. So you hear what Herb just said a while ago? The patient did not complain because some type of fear. So this old lady in Sablamar Hospital got slapped by a nurse in her face. Okay, so the only solution I see for this, gentlemen, is jail time. Don't have people dying. This is like dereliction of duty and grand theft. Now, a little while back, the Integrity Commission said $400 million is unaccounted for in the Ministry of Health. Do you understand me? Now, most recently, we are hearing that 1.6 people, not billion, $1 trillion is unaccounted for from the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, and the Prime Minister's office. Listen to me, guys. Cannot give account for money that is already spent. No, about over $600 to $700 billion people being coming from the Ministry of Health missing. Cannot give account for. So all I'm simply saying, people, there's no more long talking. Jail time for the people them life were lost, including my father, your family member, your friend. So many of us going through it, family. So many of us hurt because it seems as if money a thief. Why we dying? Something Magnitsky Act. That's all I see.
We're gonna Dr. Francis, how you not signaling the plane tonight, man?
In the plane.
In Rupert?
What do you mean not signaling in the plane?
You're not signaling the plane and drive the jeep. You're just quiet, so, man.
No, I'm only quiet because it's amazing how people of Jamaica only think about themselves and they don't think about others. And you know, people are dying. We saw it the other day. We see many things could have been done differently. The fact of the matter is that things don't have to be like that way. We send a lot of things down to Jamaica. Don't forget, we send a lot of medicines down to Jamaica, and we have a lot of medical teams coming down to Jamaica. In fact, once Jamaica complained about a medical team, and I find out, and there are many other things that we could point to. Not because we're knocking out, just listen, if you get the thing and you want the thing, just ask for it and then it will be delivered onto you. But at the same time, please keep, use it to serve the lower echelons of the society. And that is what is going on. We're saying, and then they turn around and curse people from the diaspora and say we are jealous, say that we have abandoned our country. I just don't understand where you get this mentality from. I just don't. Where is this mentality coming from? Where is it you beat the hands that feed you? You turn yourself against them in many ways. We're not asking for that. We're asking to treat the rest of Jamaica as they're human beings. Okay? Because if you want, and I'm telling you, Jamaicans abroad are one of the most generous people. So why are the people of Jamaica suffering? Huh? Can't we see that? We need to wake up and smell the coffee. We need to do.
Go ahead, Mr. Nelson. We're going to take some call, but go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
I just want to run this by the panel. According to the latest public sector consolidated estimates of expenditure for financial year 2022 to 23, the ministries in Jamaica that account for the highest spending are, and it's not in order, the Ministry of Finance and Public Service, $9 billion for recurrent expenses and $7.9 billion for capital expenditure. The Ministry of National Security, $6.9 billion for recurrent expenses and $15.9 billion for capital expenditure. The Ministry of Education and Youth, $1.3 billion for recurrent expenditure and
billion.
$1.3 billion for recurrent expenses and $1.4 billion for capital expenditure. Ministry of Health, $74 billion for recurrent expenses and $3.9 billion for capital expenditure. Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, $11.4 billion for recurrent expenses and $22 billion for capital expenditure. I mean, Ministry of Health, hands down, right, is spending over $78 billion. Nobody even come close to them, not even in the vicinity. And they can't put people on proper beds to lay down. No, they need an audit more than any other ministry. Because their spending is not showing up with adequate compensation to the comfort of their patients. And it's possible because a lot of these hospitals are being called death traps. You go in, but you don't come out. Not upright anyway.
It's the same way somebody tell me the Salem Hospital, you're going to Salem Hospital is not a guarantee that you'll come back out.
Yeah.
For those who want to call into the program, the number is 954-529-8030. 954-529-8030. We have with us Wilfred Rattigan, retired FBI agent, chairman of the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention Prevention Task Force, Dr. Rupert Francis, Herb Nelson Jr., security consultant, and Jamaican Carlos, a journalist for and a podcast host. You also have me, Big Mouth. What's my name again? You right? What's my name again?
Jeffrey, I don't want a name calling on the show. No name calling on the show, Jeffrey.
Poor people defender.
Eh?
Poor people defender.
Indeed. So for those who want to call into the Poor People Defender, it's 954-529-8030. Dr. Francis.
Yes, sir. Yes.
You're very quiet tonight, man. You're not signaling the plane at all tonight, man.
No. In terms of what I have, we have spoken about everything here. We would like to speak about. What we need to do is to see tomorrow's newspapers and to see what they're going to talk about us next, because I think they give us more fire for the fire as we move along, as they understand what we are doing, and they're able to allowed to speak. I don't know where that is. The beep. Oh Lord, help us. I don't know what happened to my phone there. I just don't know. I'll go back. I'll wait in the background.
Oh Lord, it seems that Dr. Francis has gone to signal a plane in the night.
Don't know what happened there, brother. Hold on. Oh, there you go. There you go.
Hold on for me. Good night. Welcome to the Mequitar program.
Yes, good night, sir. I'm here listening to, you guys talking about the hospital system in Jamaica. And I just have to call and commend you guys to highlight what is going on in Jamaica. I had an experience out there like about 2 years ago. My mom had a stroke and she was rushed to the Spanish Town Hospital. When we go there, it's like, the doctors, they're not even paying you any money. You're just like having meetings all the time. I had to actually start crying and get upset. This is day 3 for why my mom is not scheduled to do the test that they said she needed to have done. Okay? Then we got the paper to sign because I got emotional. Then I was told that the ambulance is not working. They would have to borrow an ambulance from another hospital, which they didn't name the hospital, and they are using the ambulance. But I was given a card by someone there of a private ambulance that we could use, which we did, paid, I'm gonna quote a figure, but I don't actually remember fully. But I think it was like 70,000 Jamaican dollars to transport my mom from the Spanish Town Hospital to like about maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes from the hospital to get this scan done. And this was like day 4 after flying from here to Jamaica. I just keep hearing my mom is on the list to get a scan done.
My Lord. And they're talking about prosperity.
And this is in Spanish Town Hospital. And I keep telling people, I'm proud of my country. I love my country, even though I live in this country. But I will say this, I will not take my good dog to Spanish Town Hospital.
My.
And on top of that, we would take, like, every day we go to the hospital, we would replenish my mom's stuff. Some of the time when we go there, there's nothing left in her bag.
So is who eating it out?
It's not food. It's like her diapers and stuff like that.
Oh, so when they run out of diaper, they come to your mother who maybe is a factory that manufactured it?
Well, I don't know. She had a stroke. So, and then it so happened that somebody gave me some, the hospital guns that they
Right.
use here in America. And my mom wasn't even sick. She just had a stroke and, that was it. And what happened, I just threw them in a barrel and said, some down the line, somebody can use them. Didn't know it was my mom that I would actually use them. And, they stole them?
Mm-mm.
Yes, they stole them at the hospital. And I'm not telling you something that was told to me. It happened to us. My daughter came the very first day and saw her grandma, and she cried and she said, Mom, I'm not going back there because you see all these people in here, it's like they just threw them in here to die. And my daughter was like 16 at the time when she said that to me. This is like 2 years ago.
Jesus have mercy. Let me ask you this. Where are you calling from, ma'am?
I'm calling from Florida, Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
Yeah, and to be honest, some of the nurses there were very nice. Some of them was very nice, and they tried to, do their job to the best of their ability.
Yes.
I'm not gonna knock everyone.
Yes.
Some of them was very nice.
Yes.
The doctors are the ones I had a problem with. Because when you go there, it's like, they can't even talk to you because they're busy talking to each other and you're having a meeting and you have to stand there and wait and beseech and beg for one of them to actually talk to you.
No customer service at all.
No. But the nurses, I didn't have a bad experience with the nurses for the time that I, was going to visit my mom, and she finally, unfortunately, passed away, from the stroke. The doctors, they weren't very informative and they weren't forthcoming. I had to cry in order to get attention. And then they said, oh, she's on the list. She's on the list to get the test done. And I start crying. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm here for the last 3 days. My mom got the stroke today. I fly in the next day. And that's what I've been hearing. And that's when she went and got me a paper to sign. And then I was not guaranteed that she was even going to get it done. Even though I was told before that she was on the list for it to be done. We had to take her out to here and get it done privately.
My God, I do apologize to you about that, ma'am, and my deepest condolence to you. And thank you for calling, and thank you for watching the Make We Talk program here. My heart goes out to you.
Thank you, and you guys keep up the good work and keep highlighting what is going on in our beautiful country. We just need people to step up, govern, and we need people to be held accountable for the job that they're not doing and for the resources that is being wasted.
All right, ma'am. Thanks for calling in.
Okay.
Thank you.
God bless you guys.
God bless you too. Hello. Hello. Welcome to the Make We Talk program.
Hi. Good evening.
Good evening, ma'am.
I love your program, and I want to say thank you guys for what you're doing.
Thank you.
I want to share my story with you.
Where are you calling
Carlos said, I'm calling from Florida.
Okay.
Carlos says jail time for them, and I totally agree with him. My son died in Jamaica in March of this year. He has sickle cell, And the problem that the sickle cell unit is facing, lack of resources. My son spent 2 days in a wheelchair, maybe 2 years, 3 years ago. And every time he has a sickle cell crisis, it affects his leg. I don't know if he developed a blood clot from this, but in March last year, he fell sick over a period of a weekend. He was very sick. Went to the sickle cell unit. He was put on oxygen, IV, and sent off to the hospital. My husband was with him. And can you believe they wanted him to pay for a blood work that was supposed to be done. Sicklers normally have to do this blood work. And my husband was trying to pay for the blood work to be done, but it seems as if the card machine wasn't working. And can you believe that he was there and they weren't paying any attention? He also needed a machine for him to breathe because it seemed like he wasn't breathing properly. And they sent him to the 22/8 wing, I think, or the ICU section to pay for this thing so that he could breathe. And when he walked from the emergency section to that section to pay for what they asked for to help him to breathe, they were all on break. He was sent back to the casualty department, and they were also on break. And my son died. Nobody take care of him. So when Carlos says that our loved one does not mean anything to them in the hospital, it's true. And I lost my son, only 23 years old, a very nice young man, a bright spark, his whole future in front of him. And I'm very angry. My heart is racing just because I was going to call in. I don't normally call into these shows, but I tell you, I'm in pain because this month is going to be his birthday. He would have been 24 years old. And if you look at some of the sicklers who are coming out on the TV in Jamaica, who are they are just, they run you from this hospital, so you can't go to this hospital. They run you to the other hospital. It's not fair. Sicklers are human beings. They wanna just feel better and go home like everybody else. But they're dying for no reason. Why? I'm very upset. I love my country, but I'm very upset about that. Because people are dying for no reason. Why are we taking them to the hospital then? Why don't we just let them die at home? They should all go to prison.
Yes.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Hold on for me. Good night. Welcome to the Make We Talk program. Turn off the TV in the background, please.
For no reason.
Turn off the TV in the background, please.
Blessing.
Turn off your TV in the background, sir.
Yes, sir. I did that. Blessing.
Yes, sir.
Blessing to all the panelists. Blessing to all the panelists. Big up brother Herb. Big up brother Ratty. Calling from Maxwell Avenue. Oh, yeah, calling from Maxwell Avenue. We can't tell you, say, the health sector. Gone. Oh, Mr. Gone, it's really gone. And I can tell you, as a comrade, me get shot 1985. And got me to the UC hospital. And I can tell you, brother Jeffrey, you know, say, if I didn't know, me didn't get that damage there. My foot would amputate. You see, because the time where them spend The time when the hospital will start to spend on my foot. And worse, I am 16 and I lick me up. You see? And I can tell you, sir. And the health sector right now, because even my mom, me lose a mom at Spanish Town Hospital, 2020, admitted from the Tuesday. Admitted from the Tuesday, I should never get a bed till the Thursday night, about after 1 o'clock, and the Friday morning, we get calls today. You see? And then at 2020, I mean, no, so that them couldn't say she died from COVID. But died from COVID, a whole heap of patient, and we can tell you the hospital system gone.
Yeah.
When I say gone, it gone. And right now, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm calling from Mark Golden constituency. Maxwell Avenue, I call from.
Yes.
Mark Golden constituency. And I can tell you, come like my Alpine last for word. But the only thing I can tell you is the brother Carlos, brother Radigan. Come here, call him Rattigan. Tell the Rattigan card me come from. So I just call him Rattigan the same way. Brother Herbert and Captain, and you have a big up on a program. Have a big up on a program.
Right.
They're watching up on TV, they're on the phone at the same time, but we can tell you right now, there is an upheaval. There is an upheaval taking place right now in the community,
right?
Especially in the country, because even last night, brother, just listen, me soon come up. Even last night, you have a set of police officers who have fired peer gunshot in the area, and I throw a Mark Golding, them over Angela Brownberg side, over Mark Golding side, and peer gunshot because the youth them not doing it. And them claims say them gonna put on the pressure for the election, and the extrajudicial killing were taking place, especially in a PNP era. We not go on a JLP era too, because you have some JLP are going like say extrajudicial killing now take place in a freedom zone too. But in the PNP zone, they are going away. I tell you say it's a Sunday, brother. It's a Sunday.
Make it fast for me because I have another call on hold. Make it fast for me. I have another call on hold. Go ahead.
It's a crowd over the complex Sunday, the PNP. Missy one superintendent of police, but they behind brother Marky. I mean, I tell lie, I didn't feel uncomfortable because remember we catch Rhyme again, You remember we catch Rhyme again?
Yes.
All right. But the only thing I can tell all I want to big up on yourself. You, Raddy, Herbie, Captain, Carlos, the whole I know. Because when I time Carlos, you pass me for Maxwell Avenue, you never know see how you want,
All right.
But you go and take care of yourself.
Yeah, man.
I'm here call from Mark Golden constituency, Maxwell Avenue.
All right, sir. Thanks for calling.
Take care, take care, Raddy.
All right, bye-bye.
Yes, my brother. Big up yourself, Maxwell Avenue in the area.
Good night. Welcome to the Make We Talk program. Hello, good night. Good night.
Good night. I'm calling from Jamaica, Montego Bay. I like the show. Big Rattigan. I love what you guys doing, and I think that you guys should continue. The Magnitsky law, I think you should go for all the way. I don't want you to stop. I want you to just continue. My story about the hospital system, there's a lot of factors. There's a lot of things going on where they have the equipment. Most times those equipment not working. And what they do, they send the patients to other facilities, other hospitals, like, for example, in Montego Bay, G West. In Kingston, they will probably send them to like Andrews Memorial and such. And what they do is like they're not fixing the equipment at the public hospitals to accommodate the patients there. So they will give you a card and such, and you have to fill it out and then transport the patient there. But some of that payment is from the government. So that's how they spend the money. Because, a friend and Cumberland business, so, them share the money that way. But it's a lot of stupidness going on. And my mother was in the hospital as well, last year, July, August. And it was a real, pain to see what people go through in the hospitals. Mr. Lonesome showed a video of one recently on his show, right? That was Cornwall Regional Hospital. That was like the week after my mother came out of the hospital. And it's not, just like how you see it there, that's the way it was. And that's the way it is now. And it's terrible. They treat people like animals. We are all animals here. We're not human. We're nothing to them. We're just here and they just want to just live off away and no one take care of what's supposed to be done. That is all I see. And this need to stop. It need to stop. It need to stop. Jamaica was not like this. The gentleman before, when you hear him say that in 1985 when he had gotten shot, he's so correct. In those days, it would be all right. But if I did know, he would have lost his foot. That's what I'm saying. No joke. Because there's no system now. And it goes all the ministries, even in education. That's why the nurses are leaving. That's why the teachers are leaving. Because they can't take the pressure of working without resources and then not getting salary on it. But yet still you hear the government saying that they're spending how much money. I know it's not accountable. So there's no accountability. There's no transparency to say that, oh, we spend it on this, we spend it on that. Nothing at all. It needs to stop.
Yes, sir. Thanks for calling.
It needs. All right.
Thank you for calling in, sir. Thank you for calling in. Thank you. Dr. Francis, you're saying something? Go ahead.
I was just saying that this is a non-ending story because I would have thought that the amount of... Can you hear me?
Yes.
The money that is being spent on healthcare, they would have, been able to improve the situation. But when way back when too, they had. I don't know where the money is going. I know that the diaspora has been spending a tremendous amount of money on carrying things down, sending things down, right? We have sent wheelchairs, all to other things to them, to down Jamaica and all that sort of thing. But a lot of people are doing this. So the question is, what is happening when it gets to Jamaica? What is happening to the hospitals? I mean, if they were to cry out now and say, okay, some hospitals, after a year, or so, some of the equipment which is still good and still unopened, they throw it away, right? I mean, so it is, but if it goes to Jamaica, what happens? The persons who collect it, they sell it. They take some and sell it. And so this is where a lot of people don't think that there's anything wrong with that. But somebody is losing their life. For example, I just don't understand why they don't have a sickle cell unit, an organ unit, and all that sort of thing. Cuba does. And Cuba does not have our resources. But we are more intent on building high rises, right, than, creating a livable experience for everybody. So and are upset when the United States and all that put out a travel advisory to make sure if you go there, you have a hospital component. Otherwise, you're going. There was a girl, I remember about a couple of years ago. She was from Chicago, and she had if you may remember, she had a shop that did. She was doing very, very well in pastry, right? And she went and she had an accident, and her, and she was there. Nothing be done for her. Are you hearing me? Okay, I hope so.
Good night, great man.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm saying good night to the panel, all great men. Good night. Pick up on yourself.
Are you all hearing?
Well, I am a follower of food, and I learn a lot. I can tell you, I work at the center as a security officer. And I tell you so, I have to get cardboard to put patient on. I went to work one Thursday morning. Normally duty starts 7 o'clock, the week before. When I went there, I see a young lady. She can't work. She don't reach 30. My estimation. When I leave the night, the little woman sit down right in front of the registration, she and her mother. In our wheelchair, young girl. As a security, I by the sickness. But she's sick. I believe you, when I go back, I work the other man. When 10 o'clock, the woman is still on the stage into food sweat like jackfruit. And me take me eye and watch him get the last breath. At that time, people are run up and down. When the woman ball, as a mother, me feel like when you give birth and the last pain they give me the ass.
Jesus Christ in heaven.
Me have to help the people in my feet. Kind of patient with, you know what I mean. Through that, me have one man with me help. When me help, when me know the man, but the man nice, the last supper, we go feed this, me give him that, me feed him. Yeah, me and the supervisor quarrel. Say me I left ticket work and I do their work. But that pay off, because pity them come and tell them about me, and them pay me. Not really pay me, but show me appreciation and thing. Virgin, who is a son of the side, and I tell yourself, if you're sick and go to hospital, right, you will if you have anything. Me say me sick. Yes, I'm yard and me try every medication, every old people come me just now good down there. But me say me nah do, me nah good down there. Me nah go there. So when them, whether hard remarks or whoever them pick a chat, you got talk to make it look good. The people them up and foreign, they come to Jamaica under this guy, change their accent, and go in a place them and pretend to be normal Jamaican, dress down, no put on no pretty clothes on, dress down, get flip-flop slippers and dirty boots, and go under this guys and see what happens. When you go there now and to you want this man come over, if you go there now and talk in a American accent, they will try to make it look better. But go down there and dress down like a little ordinary Jamaican as can't do in class with and see what my Jamaica. First thing them I tell you, and them I give you a paper to go a private place they go to see. Me not feel well and I'm here walk down there. Listen good enough.
Me listen to you, man.
They write one paper, give me, I forgot to do one heart test. Say my heart look like it must, if you go the x-ray, say my heart look like it enlarged. When we call I place them, if you do it, the way people them wicked and then set it trap. They say healthcare, they might use healthcare. So if I find the $18,000 cash in the week, and me healthcare, they're wicked at Jamaica. Just like when they tell us you can't keep $1 million a yard. It's illegal to keep so much money. But when you put $1 million in the bank, within 6 months, you have 100,000 left. It's a web, it's a then set a traffic at everybody who poor. On top of no family, and behind every great man, there's a great woman. I want to take this opportunity to thank on no missus, on no mother, on no father, picnic. They know the time out of no busy schedule to share with us, to teach us knowledge we never know. But we high, tread with foot, tread with finger. Come the 26, you know. Hungry and hungry, no, you out there. And me I tell you, and next thing, Carlos, me know you're trying to worry, you know. Me I push it's a herb. Go down with Dr. Francis. This is a point. If you know, see where a Jamaican at this politics, yeah, where 1980, When you cut people out and then close as a child, Mr. That, me ask you, you know have the, you know have no more bigger harder. If you can send some foreign observer down here to help with, but box are got thief, but box are got pop, people are got dead because this young man they were in here. He now give up without a fight. You know, very simple. He now give up without a fight. So on the behalf of us Jamaican who do not have a voice, me ask you whatever you can do to call the bigger authority to assist me during this election. Because when the man do a St. Thomas and them are leave it down and try to spin it and spin it like a gig. And everybody can see that the man never wrong with him. And me want to ask, you know, Kim Brown, Lawrence, and Royal will have a case. How them are run for election? Is the case done?
No.
Somebody please help me answer it.
No,
I want to know if the man tomorrow I'm going to nominate same way with all the way do. These are the issues. So if you nominate them the same way, what are you telling the young people? So you can take out a gun, brandish a gun, do anything and still have vote in our country? Eh? We are begging help with. Please. So with that, you know, I hold up no more time. We have nothing to talk about me alone. And as again, I say thank you, Carlos, go and beat it, boy. You can see for your face. Right? Me I beg you know. Me I thank God bless you, family, picnic to come. Thank you very much, God. And we need a relief. We need it. And if Mr. And we tell Mr. Mark Golden, say, we are holding foot to the fire. Same like how we are holding this money, we are going to take it from him and we are going to give it. Make him make sure, say, if in our easier, it's not about party, no, it's about Jamaica. And we grand pick with them, we are going to dead left.
Yes,
what kind
ma'am.
of country? We are the new man in the taxi. We are fight where the Paul Bogle.
Yes,
So we
ma'am.
are dead left of Jamaica give it picnic. So with that, me I hang up and listen.
Thank you very much for calling in.
Yeah, man, always. And if we can watch it live sometime, we watch it after that. You know where you go?
Yes. Thank you so much for calling in, ma'am, and enlighten us to what is going on. Thank you so much.
Yes, man. What do you see? There's my Mackenzie pass. You know what in our vehicle, nobody now look at him. Nobody now look at him.
All right, darling. I have a next call coming in. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, bye-bye. Wilfred Rattigan. You see what is going on in our country? Hold on for me. I have a next call. Hold on a minute there. Oh, Lord. Go ahead, Mr. Rattigan. Go ahead.
No, this don't need any commentary at all. I mean,
it's heartbroken.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
You know what's going on here? What me learned before my father passed, there's no empathy when you have loved ones sick or dead. There's no sympathy. There's no love. There's no doctor, nobody to come out, come talk to a family, show them some love. Like up here, I've seen my nephew sick in the hospital, in the ER, and you have people who come out and meet us in this room, talking to his wife and me, his uncle.
Yes, one moment for me, please, sir.
Giving us an update, feeling no pain. That's empathy. You know what I mean? In Jamaica, when the family dead, my father passed, and I couldn't call nobody. When I called to find out what's going on, nobody want to answer. Them hang up phone for you and talk to you like that. You don't get answers in Jamaica. My father passed. Hold on, Jeffrey. My father passed at the pronounced dead at the hospital, Black Hospital. A doctor there pronounced my father dead. People, believe you me, I had to go to. They did not give me a doctor's death certificate.
Hold on for me, sir.
Death certificate from the doctor. I had to go to an outside facility. I had to go to an outside doctor to get a death certificate. The doctor at Black River who sent me that father dead. refuse to give a death certificate, I have to go to an outside facility. No love, no empathy, no sympathy. Can't go.
Caller, welcome to the program. Go ahead. Where are you calling from?
Yes, I'm calling from New York. Good evening, gentlemen on the panel.
You all hearing?
Gentlemen on the
Yeah,
panel.
good night.
Yeah. You hearing me?
Yes, they're hearing you. Go ahead.
Okay. The breakdown within the hospital for the equipment, what happened in the 80s and the 90s is that the maintenance unit, you had a maintenance unit that used to go around and maintain the equipment in the hospitals. They, due to the IMF and the policies, and what they did, they do away with all the maintenance department. And so the equipment within the hospitals, they stopped being maintained. They sublet them to private people for maintenance who were not properly trained to maintain equipment and cause a breakdown of the equipment. What is happening now is that the consultants that work within the public hospitals, they have private interests outside. And what they do is to send the patient to these private places.
Oh.
Okay, and all the money going out to those private places. So in other words, and like the system is like it is built in those private places. And there is no proper accountability in terms of you get a patient coming in the hospital, okay? And you're going to send him to a facility. You're supposed to have an audit trail between what is going to do at that clinic, how much it is going to cost. All of those follow-up are not taking place. So you find out you're having a lot of money going out and there's no accountability for it. And that is one of the reasons you see they explain the 1.6 billion within the Ministry of Health can't be explained because they're subletting all of these money outside because the equipment in the hospital is not working, they're not being maintained, and therefore they have to sublet this service outside and there's no proper audit trail. So the whole thing just happened because of the maintenance department was disbanded within the public hospitals. So the equipment, when we get a new brand scan, in other words, you had a program they call the Health Service Rationalization Project. It built 5 hospitals and 7 health centers in the 80s through 2 administration. And all of those projects, it bring a new wing at KPH, they built a new wing, they built a new wing at Cornwall, they did St. Anne's Bay Hospital, they built a new wing at Spanish Town, and all of those facilities had equipment. Can go right now because they fully equip them when they build them. And all of those machines, if you can get one good working machine in any of those facilities that was built, you'd be lucky today. And that is what the breakdown, and that is what I want to add to the conversation. And I'll see you gentlemen in New York.
So let me ask
you get there in May.
Oh, hold on. So, Dr. Francis, I have a question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so my friend, I'm glad you mentioned St. Anne.
You hearing it?
So the fault therefore must be leadership then. How things were managed. Am I correct?
Say that again for me, please.
The fault therefore must be leadership. If you had good leadership, no matter what side it is, if you had good leadership in the hospitals and so on and so forth, then these things could have been preserved. Am I correct or not?
Yes, it could have been preserved, but in other words, it's a corruption within the system because, say for instance, you have KPH. When that program was finished, right? KPH has a nice hospital, VJH, and they had equipment. What was happening? When you have consultants, what the consultants would normally do, because the corruption is all around, what the consultants would normally do is that they have their private patient and they give their private patient full access to these machines when they were up and running. And as soon as these machines stop being maintained because they disband the maintenance department, so the machines break down, and then you have consultants now, they build outside facilities. They started, if you notice in the late 90s and so, you start at little health centers, little health private practices, doctors building their private places. And that in that era now, you have these consultants now sending out the work to these places. And that is why you see Dr. Tufkan coming in with this policy whereby all these services for these high-tech machines are outsourced. So in other words, say for a group of consultants though, say for instance, you have a group of consultants working in like KPH, we come together and say, hey, the best way bring down a MRI machine and put it up at that place up at New Kingston. And then all of that money now would go to that facilities instead of you having a maintenance department, bringing it in the public hospital and service it in and have it for the public. So it's the whole corruption, the whole system. It is not properly, as I said, the administration of it. It is not done properly, and that is what is causing the problem.
Thank you, sir. My friend. See you in New York. Thank you very much.
All right, gentlemen. I'll see you. I'll see you in New York, and I'll be listening to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye, gentlemen.
Let me make one quick statement, Jeff.
Go ahead.
Here, this is.
No, not you, sir. Thank you for calling in.
Okay, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, see you.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on there. If certain people can't own funeral home, if politicians own funeral home, why should they stop the crime in the country and the murders in the country? If politicians have water trucks selling water, why should they lay pipe and give people water in the yard? If politicians have an outside facility and your friend hustling, why should they put their stuff in the hospital? I have a friend of mine who died in the hospital. They went to that country, right? They spending dugu him on a bad road and an outside facility. When he came back to the hospital, I don't know if it's hours later, the man is dying, and the man come back and there was no doctor to read the reports. The man died.
Yes. Turn off your phone in the background, your TV in the background, sir. Welcome to the Make We Talk program. Where are you calling from?
Calling from New York.
Mm-hmm.
Good night to
Good night.
the gentlemen on the panel, man. You guys are doing a great job. And I just want to add to what the previous caller spoke about the corruption and across all entities in the government. That's how they do it. I have one question. If they could track the money, and I kind of have an understanding of how they move the money, because I was approached in 2008. I ran a business down there, and kind of specialty business, and I was approached when this party came in power, and they wanted me to close my business down and to come back to New York and to facilitate them in how they would move the money. But my question to the distinguished panel: how do they move the money? I have an understanding, but I would like to hear you guys to kind of confirm it, because they approached me to facilitate in the Ministry of Agriculture. Permits are granted, say 300 permits for the month for chicken back. And in this administration, what they do, they control all the permits. So they wanted me to close my business in Jamaica and come back to the state, and I would be the one to purchase all of the chicken back, that the permits that they issue out, and then they that's how they get paid off of it, and they distribute the product to the necessary people that they have down there. So I'll hold on to hear you guys think about how they move the money, to follow the trace of the money.
Mr. Nelson, what, Rat, you want to answer that question? So, Herb?
Ratty. No, but
Okay, repeat it. Is he trying to find out how they're moving money
from out of Jamaica?
From out of Jamaica.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, look, when you go to the airport and you see them pushing the large containers that they push in the post office here, those canvas containers.
Yes.
When they're moving the money from the money changers, do you know those things come to the post office? They're full of cash. I don't know if they wait or if they count it. I doubt that very much. But it goes on the plane and it flies into Miami, comes off the plane and go to the bank. Okay? So that means if you have money exchanges in Jamaica and you are moving money around in the island, if you know who's in charge of moving that money from the exchange to the plane, what's to stop you from getting your money tied in with them? They're not going to put it in the banking system. Because when it's in the banking system, now you have accountability.
Mm.
When you have a freestyle system of money movement, then it's easy to move money in that fashion. Very easy. And I don't see, if nobody's there as weight, if you know the weight of that container, when you put the money in there, you'll know how much money approximately is in there based on the weight, right? Based on increased weight of the container. But if you just fill up the container with US $100 bills or 50s or 20s or whatever, and you bring it to the airport and you push it on the aircraft, where's the accountability?
Is it a diplomatical passport? Diplomatical pouch rather.
No,
Mr. Nelson.
No, they ain't not diplomatic about this. I'm not the only one who observe it. I've had other people from the organization that observe the same thing. Because we were surprised to even see it. Right? Nothing diplomatic about this. This is from, what's the name of the money change place them in Jamaica called? Cambios.
Mm.
They claim it was money from the Cambios when I asked. Right? And then just push it out and put it on the plane. And when it get to Miami, they just take it off the plane, take it to the Brinks truck, and it gone. So who is moving this kind of cash that seems that no CBP or anybody going to be checking on it? You know?
Let me understand this. How do they do that on the second of the plane in Miami?
If it's on consignment, how else they going to move it? Just like you shipping anything else, right?
Mm.
You are supposed to have some kind of bill of lading showing the item shipping from and to.
Yes.
But I don't know who have that.
Sorry, I want to.
Is the man who push the containers.
I have a next call coming in. Thanks. Hold on for Mr. Herb. Good night. Welcome to Make We Talk. Hello. Good night. Welcome to Make We Talk.
Hello. Good night, Mr. Jeffrey.
Yes. Turn off the TV in the background for me, please.
All right. All right. Question
Mm-hmm.
to the panelists. Good night to Mr. Rattigan and everybody else. Question though, is there anything that that the panelists can do to help Jamaica with the election? What happened in I think it was
St. Thomas.
Mary.
St. Thomas.
Or St. Thomas, yes.
Herbert or Dr. Francis or Ratty?
Mr. Rattigan, I wrote it in the chat, but I didn't see anybody respond.
When there was the elections in Suriname, Guyana, St. Lucia, our team went down. I went to the one in Guyana, and we were observers for the election. And all you can do is observe and report anything that's out of the ordinary that occurs. The Carter Center was there too. Jimmy Carter's son was there. And so were other European observers as well. So what has to happen in Jamaica is observers need to be there to check on the the election, make sure the ballot boxes are there, the ballot boxes are fully accounted for, and that the folks conducting the elections are not interfering in any way with the people who are voting, right? So you can only observe, because that's your status, observer status. And if it's the same thing out of the ordinary, then you call to your handler and report it right away, and then they have to send somebody out to deal with it, right? And so when they know that they're being watched, then they're very cautious in how they act, and especially if money is being paid out at the site, right? You have to call that in, and they have to come out and send the police to go shut them down. But I didn't see that happening on a lot of Jamaican videos. So that means they're obviously the observers there wasn't calling it in. And even if they did, I'm not sure if the police would have interfered.
So Herb or Soraki, what she's saying though, can we organize in a sense, maybe call on the Carter Center or somebody to go down and observe, or the government would have to do that?
You, as a diaspora, you can request the Carter Center be in attendance, which they've done before. They've been to Jamaica. And because it is such a hotly contested affair, they might be willing to train and accommodate diasporans to go down there and be observers, right?
Would it be too late to do that now?
That's another question. Would it be too
Well,
late?
what I would say to you is call the Carter Center, ask them if observers are going down or if they're in need of observers, right? The other people you can call is down to the OAS, Organization of American States in Washington, D.C., and see if they're sending observers, right? Because it's when they ask us, we usually volunteer people to go down and observe at these various elections.
All right. Okay, Colin.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks for calling in.
All right, yes. Calling from Chicago.
You know something? You know something, Carla?
Caller, you still there, caller?
Yes, Mr. Rattigan.
Go ahead.
No, in the absence of observers, and if I'm going to ask for observers, I wouldn't give advance notice, because there are ways that they can work around observers. I would give very short notice. So, so if you're going to call the Carter Center or what, somebody in the State Department, I'd let it be known that you don't want people to know when you're coming. But I think that the government would have to have some say in who's coming to observe the election. So they'd have to get some notice, but you don't want to give them long-term notice. The second thing is, Carla, is that second thing is that you can help us to help you. So if you are, just about everybody has a camera now with a recording feature. So like I saw the last election, I saw a video, somebody sitting in a car handing out money, and they had a list, and they were just checking off names. They were basically buying votes. But I'm going to ask all of you well-meaning people, because this is not only for you, this is for the future of Jamaica. If you see anything that's suspicious,
I know, but he's talking to those who are watching us from Jamaica.
Okay, okay.
Right. If they see anything suspicious, just record it. And there are ways you can record it without people knowing. Just record it and just send it to us, because this is going to help us build our case for corruption.
Especially what happened with Dean, I think it's the gentleman in St. Mary.
In St. Thomas.
In St. Thomas, yes.
With that viral video going on when they draw the gun on the person, yes.
Yes, yes. And then the Prime Minister is saying that he didn't say anything. Somebody spliced up the video and all of that. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you for calling
you're
in.
doing a great work. You people are doing a great work. Bless up Mr. Francis for me. Bless up Mr. Francis. And you people continue to be strong.
Yes, he's here saying hello to you. Thanks very much for calling in.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you. Gentlemen, when you sit here and you listen to these calls, your heart bleeding. We're gonna stop everything at 12:30 at 11:30 at 11:30. For those who want to still look at Rupert open up his mouth and at 12:30. For those who want to call in, the number is 954-529-8030. Carlos, what happened to you?
Don't forget to ask for the Jamaica legal fund. I don't want nobody.
Yes.
Oh, and let me just say that please, family, tune in tomorrow on Reggae Global Radio or Facebook and listen to Context Matters with Isaac Buchanan. I will be there tomorrow with him, and I think he's going to discuss justice in a broad sense, and the way it's been dispensed with in Jamaica. So tune in tomorrow, 5 to 7, Reggae Global Radio, the same channel I'm on a Saturday, as well as Facebook.
Yeah. Good night, caller. Welcome to the program. Where are you calling from?
Calling from Leesburg, Florida. Good night, dear Chief Rattigan. You know, when they call the Chief Rattigan, Herbert.
Yes, sir.
Yes. My question here, does the Foreign Affairs Minister, not the Foreign Affairs Minister, Jamaican diplomatic lady in Washington, do she believe...
The Jamaican ambassador?
Yes. Do she believe that the Jamaican lady in Jamaica, Foreign Affairs Minister, because Mr. Perry is a Jamaican, and they know he's a Jamaican, they think they could go to him there and requesting he remove the travel advisor?
I think I think what she did, if she went, is to just sit and maybe talk to him for him to talk to Washington.
Yeah, but with the intention, I believe, thinking that he's a Jamaican by birth.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Mr. Rattigan?
Yeah, he's asking about the ambassador?
Yes, the next Perry.
The U.S. ambassador?
Yes.
Yeah, he's a Jamaican by birth, and he's a naturalized U.S. citizen. No, that's interesting because he carries no weight in terms of helping Jamaica. In fact, I can tell you that he's been watched more carefully than
any other ambassador.
Yeah, because he's from Jamaica, so he has to know this. Plus, he's not a career diplomat. He's a political appointee. So he's learning on the job. And so he's going to listen and use his best judgment based on what he's hearing as to what decisions he'll make. But believe me, there are people reporting on him in the embassy. They're reporting on him to main state. So he has to be very, very careful about what he says, who he meets with, where he goes, all of those things. He has to be extremely careful because it's going to be far too easy for them to say, look, this guy is deferential. Yeah, he's different. And I use deferential. I don't want to say it's compromise because if he's compromised, it's very, very serious. I just say he's showing preferential treatment to, Jamaicans are the country of Jamaica. So no. OT, you're absolutely correct. Him can't pull no strings, and believe me, him no want pull no strings. So
well, you see, Chief. As you know me, Herbert T. You see, I believe, our team miss, who we are talking already. Camila, she thinks that she can really run go by embassy, pretend like she having the strings there, so because there's a Jamaican control there, so you know what I mean? That is just
right.
my thought of how she approach it there, so You know what I mean? Not
Right.
knowing that, hey, him can't pull no strings, but them I believe, oh, we control this man here. You know what I mean? Because I know them got different parties and things like that, diplomatic parties. You know what I mean? And
Well,
like
listen.
having that thought.
Well, here's the thing, right? Before, first of all, he doesn't control his schedule. It's controlled by somebody else, and he's getting advice as to what parties to go to, because they want to avoid the appearance of impropriety. So they won't have him going to certain places, meeting certain people. So and he cannot pull any strings. I mean, that's why I'm saying that she's not well schooled in the art of diplomacy and protocols, because you don't go to him. First of all, here's the thing: there's a failure on the part of the ambassador, the Jamaican ambassador to the United States, because before this thing come out, she should have heard something through the grapevine that this is happening. She should have got on the horn, called the ambassador, said, listen, you need to come up here, and so we can deal with it, and there are ways they can. I mean, I don't want to go into details and talk about certain things, but there are ways that she could have done it. There are ways she could have done it and have the ambassador show up here, and it would have been a more forceful effort than going to the ambassador, knowing that he's a political appointee and he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He's getting information from everybody, right? And I'm sure when they had the senior staff meeting, and the senior staff meeting, just so you know, it's all the heads of agencies, it's DEA, FBI, agriculture, all of them, right? They get together. When they have that meeting, a presentation is made that, listen, this is what we're going to be doing, right? And the ambassador just says, okay, fine, and he'll ask a couple of questions, and then they'll give him answers that he's comfortable with, and then he'll rubber stamp it. And that's it. He cannot make that change. That change that she's asking him to make, that change can only be made in Washington to change this travel advisor, because he has to go against the guy who carries the lady who carries the title regional security officer. And that's a very powerful position, because that person is responsible for the protection of the facilities and the people. And if that person says, listen, this is a true reflection of Jamaica as it is now, the ambassador is not going to go against it, because God forbid, he says, no, I disagree with you. And something happens to one American, he's finished. He's finished. So he's not going to take that chance. No.
Okay. All right, so thank you for calling.
Yes, Mr. Jeffrey. I begin up all of the members of the panel there. Sir Francis, Carlos, and Mr. Jeffrey.
Yes.
And the other guy, I don't know if he's still there, but
Sir Herb?
Yes. Sir.
Yes.
Bless up yourself, sir.
All right, sir.
Take care, and you all have a good night. One love to everyone. We're moving forward for this movement. Continue going. Yes,
and I hope to see you in New York on May 10th.
Yes, man. I try my very best,
No, you have to do better than your very best, man. You have to do better than your very. And when you don't come alone, you have to bring your family, or bring your friend, or bring a neighbor. We expect to see you out there.
Well, listen to me. You have your number, I'm going to talk to you. Right?
All right.
I try my very best, You know already my situation.
Yeah, man. Call him and talk to him.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Mr. Jeffrey. Good night.
Good night.
Mr.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Look at yourself.
Yes.
Wow.
Wow.
Jeffrey, the people are under this misconception that because the ambassador is Jamaican, then he'll show some preferential treatment.
That's what
or that, because remember, no, he has to take advice from a whole range of people, right?
Yes.
And these people are professionals, and these people, they all go back to the mothership, which is Washington D.C., not necessarily State Department, because the FBI guy, he doesn't go to State Department, he goes to FBI headquarters, right? But he works. His boss when he's in Jamaica is the ambassador, right? So he's getting information from all of these professionals. You think he's gonna tell them, if they say, look, we think we should have a travel advisor because of blah blah blah, you think he's gonna say no? He's not gonna say no. He'll ask questions. A good ambassador will ask questions, right? But one like this gentleman who's from Jamaica, he'll ask questions and then he'll get the answers that he wants and or answers that he expects to
they
get.
want to give to him.
Yeah, and then that's it. And I mean, the thing is, even if you see, the thing about it is this, right? The ambassador basically, remember, is a figurehead. And when these agencies, when they do their assessments, their analysis, he doesn't see the sausage being made. He gets the sausage. You know, they present the sausage to him and say, eat. But he doesn't see how it's being made. And he's not going to ask how is it, you know, how it's being made anyway. And in fact, some agencies won't even tell him how it's being made. Especially if you're a political appointee.
Okay. Good night, caller. Welcome to Make We Talk.
Good night to the panel. I have a few questions, things I want you guys to discuss. With no ombudsman is not that the JP government do away with ombudsman Jamaica. Now, based on what I've seen, there's a few little flare-ups that are happening. So there is no ombudsman in the Jamaica right now to oversee election. I don't agree with that panel that they try to put in and take away with the ombudsman. Now, the election now, we are here. Camilla Johnson said that we, the diaspora, has no business in Jamaican business. But I guess she's forgetting something. We are born Jamaican, that's where we're born. No matter what country we go or we become citizens there, we are all born Jamaicans. So whatever happened in Jamaica actually concerns us. Now, with no ombudsman that is there, how is it that it's going to be a fair election? Because I don't see anybody there that is actually refereeing and said, you know, this is not right, this shouldn't be happening. So how do we actually go forward in this election in Jamaica?
Mr. Rattigan, show her about Dr. Francis.
We just simply listen. Let me tell you, this race is not for the swift, but those that endure. What we have to do is to just continue urging people to exercise their right to vote. We don't not telling them how to vote, but we are saying go to the polls. It would look so much nicer if, regardless of who comes out on top, that there's a much improved. You see how the current government took such a liking to the 7% decrease? It's the same thing. If there was a 7%, 20%, whatever percentage increase in the voter turnout, then that would send a significant message. Well, we give them the 7%. That would send a significant message. People are concerned.
Hold on, Dr. Francis. She's asking about the political ombudsman.
Oh, the ombudsman. Well, you know, the ombudsman is very. I didn't even know that. I remember the last time I heard it was what's his name, Bishop Herbert was the ombudsman at the time. I don't know if they've had one since.
Yeah, they have done a Parchment Brown who was in the office was demitted long time ago, and now they're trying to put it back in, but they put it to the AOJ office.
Exactly. The last thing I'm hearing is that there isn't one. So the question is, of course, the ombudsman is very, very important. But does the ombudsman have any teeth? That's the problem. You can't eat a steak and you don't have no teeth, unless you're going to swallow every bit. So the point I'm making is that whoever it is must have teeth, because what is happening right now with the Speaker of the House blocking everything that is going into the Parliament, the opposition is left toothless. Right, because nobody's complaining about it. Nobody, you know, all of those agencies that still cannot touch the untouchable, and you know what good is that? So those are the things that we have to try to encourage the people of Jamaica, that they have to go out and they have to make demands.
Which
right?
which office would the ombudsman come under?
Under the Prime Minister's office, I think, or the Minister of Justice.
Well, you see, you know, that means he's got a hammer over his head, either office.
Anyway,
if it were independent.
Anywhere, Herb, anywhere him go, he have a hammer over his head. Anywhere. Right? Because listen, let me tell you something. Somebody knows somebody who knows somebody. You know how it works in Jamaica, right?
Yeah.
And so I've never seen the the efficacy of Bishop Blair used to make a few remarks and so on, but as the strident remarks that's going to stop the Prime Minister from doing what he's going to do, which person in Jamaica is brave enough to do that? Only, but I can tell you, only a few very rich men could do that and get away with it. Very rich men.
Yes, Carla, go ahead.
I understand. I get where you're coming from, but it concerned me that the election would not be fair because the incident happened in St. Thomas, right? And to be honest, if the Prime Minister that represents Jamaica is going to stand in a public place and actually says that it has nothing to do with the election, it drives me really crazy because as a Prime Minister, you should not be condoning anything of such that actually happened, whether it's with your partner or any other party. You should not be condoning it. And for him to stand on a platform and actually say that they're coming out, it just looks really bad on us as Jamaican, because I don't feel like he put his wife in the position as Speaker of the House to just put her there. I feel like he actually put her there in order to hide his secrets. Now, all this money is missing. Nobody is giving a account. It's actually 8 years the health minister haven't put in his finances. 8 years. 3 years, the Prime Minister of Jamaica have not even said, this is where I got this amount of money and this is where I spend it and this is where I'm spending. On top of it, he still haven't declare his assets. Now, how is it that we can actually hold him accountable? He's not even saying where he does with the COVID money. But I want to know, is there a way that we can hold him accountable, even for the COVID money that he has, that he got, and he misused it, misspent it, we didn't know where it go, all know we don't still know where it go. Is anywhere we can actually hold him accountable? The United States can hold him accountable for the money.
Mr. Rattigan?
Couldn't hear the question. The questioner
Okay.
and the question clearly.
Oh, sorry. What she's asking is this: with the COVID money that went down to Jamaica, there's no accountability for it, and she's asking, is there any way we, the panel here, along with the American government, could hold them accountable?
Magnitsky. Global Magnitsky. That is what is going to hold them accountable. By the way, Daniel, big up yourself. Me, I look forward to see you and the 1,000 people who are going to show up, shake off on hand. And you know it go. One family. But yeah, Magnitsky is the thing, because once you can show that corruption, once you can show that kleptocracy, then you're there. And then it's up to the US now to start saying, actually, it's a loan. It's a loan. So the money going to have to go pay back. One way or the other, the money will have to be paid back. So we need to start seizing some assets. And when I say we, I'm talking about the US government. They need to start revoking some visas and seizing some assets to try and repatriate that money to the intended the recipients, poor people, and the business community. That's what the $750+ million, IDB, IMF, and World Bank. All right. And so that money must be accounted for. It has not been accounted for thus far. And if we don't press the issue, it will not be accounted for. And poor people, now listen to me carefully. Poor people who never get any money during the COVID out of this $750 million+ loan, Ono and Ono generation going to have to go pay it back. Even though the money was earmarked for you and you never get it, you're going to have to go pay it back. So put your faith and your trust in us that we will do the right thing and bring this issue up and have the US government, have the Canadian government, have the UK government use the Magnitsky Act to revoke visas and seize funds. Sorry.
Caller, thank you for calling in.
Have a blessed
Have a blessed night. Our last call for the night. Good night, call. Our last call for the night. How are you doing?
Good night, gentlemen.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from New Mexico.
Okay, go ahead.
Good. I know
You're breaking up, ma'am.
what is the two caller. I'm saying I listened to two callers, the last two callers who called about the election and the office of the political ombudsman being
Vacant.
concealed, I should say it, into the electoral office.
Yes.
It seemed like a contradiction to many persons who have already spoken about it, people in society as well as the opposition and so on. I watched also with great concern what happened in the East with the councillor, and there seemed, based on what we see from the video, that he was actually dishing out money. Whatever it was for, we are not sure. But is Jamaicans, are they going to be sitting just idly by and just watch things happening and do? And I think the opposition really needs to be talking. I don't understand them.
Yeah,
I really don't understand what is happening with the opposition, because things are just happening blatantly. The diaspora is on it. The diaspora is talking. The diaspora seems to be taking up what the opposition is supposed to be doing. And the opposition should have come forward and called for the resignation of that councillor. A councillor is supposed to be taking care of people. We're talking about a councillor speaking to represent people. And you're going to be pulling your gun like that and you're going to watch. Even if the man was wrong, I don't know what transpired, but even if the man that you had the confrontation with was wrong, he watched the other guys come and beat upon him and didn't even break up anything at all. And those are situations that we're going to be asking the electoral office to deal with. That's not fair for the electoral office. So somebody needs to be speaking out, and somebody needs to be calling for the resignation of the councillor. I don't know if I hear the people.
I think Peter Bunting on a radio show called for his resignation, and also the press release. He did call for his resignation.
But I hope they stay on it, because tomorrow is nomination day.
Yes.
Okay, gentlemen, just keep on doing what you're doing. We appreciate you. Just keep the faith. And I mean, the road might seem long, but there's always an end. All right? So blessings to you all.
Thank you very much for calling in.
Jeffrey, remember just tell up there, as I said, don't tell them. Up there, some things you can't tell them, and it just cause heartburn, because what happens, you can't hide the fact that you're going to use a Magnitsky, because them are going to know. And in fact, them know and them are try to move money. But remember this, it's hard to move money these days without somebody knowing, because you're going to do it by wire transfer, you'll do it by Cambio, you'll do it somewhere where there's a record of it. And we already know where some of the money is. So, I mean, we're not hiding anything. We are come after them full force. And part of it is this too, we are giving them a chance to do what's right, which is give the poor people the money we're earmarked for them. Spend the money upon them. Do whether it's infrastructure or in grants or whatever. Take care of the poor people and then picking them. Right? You beg the people for your vote, them give you vote, and then you turn on and you rob them. That's not right. So when we tell them this and say we are come out for them, first thing is that sleepless nights, because them know say sit up panel, yeah, we know what go on, right? We know what things there, and we know a whole heap of things. Believe me, where we are talk right now is just stuff where we know them all find out like within the next 2-3 months. We know a lot more, but we just not say it. We know what to say, when to say it, and who to say it to. Right now, the ones who are listening to this message, who know them guilty, them have heartburn. Them can't sleep at night time. Them can't sleep at night time. And we have said, look, this is a chance for you to do right by the people. Well, you see, I remember I did one, I said, we'll not get goodies, come around election time, we'll not get the goodies. So you see them start get the goodies up. But remember this, you get the goodies one time every 4 years. Them get the goodies every day. Every day them get the goodies, right? Remember that, and be a smart, be an informed voter. Don't be a legacy voter, or don't be a voter where just you take the money. And like I said, I'm not telling people don't take the money. I'm not going to tell them that. I leave that up to you. That's up to you. All I'm saying, you can take the money, and still vote your conscience. And that's what I'm hoping you'll do. If an MP is doing great for you, I don't care what color party. If he's doing great or she's doing great for you, then fine, you can vote for that person. But if them not doing great for you and them come around and not give you goodies now, one, you get it now and you won't get it again for another 4 years. You know what to do, and you know who these people are. I don't know them. I'm just giving you my opinion as to how you should react. No, you can take it or you can leave it. But at the end of the day, remember, you have a family, you have a community, and you have a larger community called Jamaica. Think in those terms. Don't think only for yourself for one day. That's all I'm asking you.
This is where we're going to say so long from here. Mr. Nelson, your closing remarks?
Look, we have covered a tremendous amount tonight, and I know that the part that hurts people the most is the illness, the injury, and the deaths of our loved ones in Jamaica. And, it brings back certain memories, because I recall my older brother. He was a drinker, yes, but he worked hard, earned his money, took care of business. And when his kidneys gave out, he could not get on dialysis. And he died one of the harshest deaths, suffering for weeks, screaming, because he couldn't get on dialysis. And we couldn't get him up here to the US in time. So I understand the importance of hospitals. But if there's anything that comes home to me when I look at the budget and the money being spent by the Ministry of Health, $74 billion, it says to me that there's a problem with our healthcare and the spending of those funds, because it's not adding up. There are too many complaints, too many unexplained deaths, too many things happening that people don't have control over, and that people and the family members are not being respected in the way that they should. Now, I could say the same thing about the education system, because the education system is over $450 billion or more. And that means it's going to far outdistance the healthcare system. But where is the return on the investment of the Jamaican people? You're paying all this tax money into these programs, and it's not measurable. You have the same miserable results in schools when it comes to education, right? Where 40% of kids can't read, can't write, can't comprehend. And then we look at the hospital system, and people check in and they don't check out. We need a better accountability. We need the transparency. And if that ombudsman, who's supposed to be an independent commission, is in office, we hope that they're fully funded and given the right of way to take action where they see fit, whenever they see fit, without interference from the Prime Minister, the leader of the opposition, or anybody else. And
But Dr. Francis, Mr. Nelson.
Yes.
Do you know where they put the political ombudsman office now? In the electoral office. You know who is on the electoral office board?
Oh.
Look it up, my brother.
But it's
Let me ask the panel a question.
It's an
Do we know?
independent commission of parliament. Independent is the key word. Even though the office might be there. Tell me if I'm wrong, Ratty.
Yeah, I have a question for the panel.
Yeah.
Does anyone know what procedure will be used for voting? The reason I ask is this. that recently an Israeli company got the contract to digitize the voting process. Do we know if that process is in place for this election, or will it be in for the general election?
Good
And if it's
question.
not, what process will be used for this election?
From what I know about voting, it doesn't take any time to put a process in place. Once everybody is registered, digitization can happen with these guys overnight, because
No.
we did that for the driver's license bureau.
No.
So that means you can then go in and they can pull you up on the computer. You're going to have computerized voting. And what we've said in the past, unless you have observers from the universities, cyber division, who can observe the election, observe the machines in operation, and validate the machines. The machines need to be validated before and after the vote. If you don't have that, then you're subject to manipulation.
And that's where I was going with the question, because do we know if this validation process, who's going to be responsible for it? When is it going to be done? And also, do we have experts who can actually look at the machine and see if it's subject to manipulation? Because they can give you a test. There are ways you can manipulate it where you can get the results that you need when you test it at the beginning and at the end. But what happens during the voting period is something else. There are ways that you can actually manipulate some of these machines.
Yeah.
If they have an expert who's going to come in and look at the system and say, okay, because they need to monitor it while the voting is going on as well.
During, yes.
Mr. Brother Rattigan brothers, let me tell you something. I have been supervisors of elections and on several occasions. What you need is to make sure that your workers are solid and they're doing their jobs. When I was there, nobody could go in and make a vote unless they had the proper identification, and we went through a process. And it happened in Jamaica, in the most volatile communities, including yours, they say, Mr. Rattigan. So, I was there.
Yeah,
Yes.
but Doc, what we're talking about is not somebody going in and trying to commit voting fraud. We're talking about somebody hacking into the system. Do we know? That's what I'm talking about.
I don't think I don't think we have a Jamaican system that was told me that can do that. The Israelis, and that is one of the things that I'm saying, that they have had an association with the Israelis for a very long time. And if there's going to be any hanky-panky, you better have somebody who can, look into that, because that's where it's going to come from.
Well, look, if they had remember now, in 2017, the Prime Minister went to Israel, right? And they established that relationship through Mr. Michael Lee Chen. He led the delegation. It wasn't the Prime Minister who actually led that delegation. It was, and if you remember, there were no diplomats, no Jamaican diplomats on that trip, no career diplomats on that trip. Minister Nigel Clark was there, but he was there as a businessman, and I think they gave him the title ambassador something. So if they wanted to use it, why didn't they use it back in 2020?
Well, did we have an election in 2020?
Yeah, they have a general election in 2020.
Yeah, in parts of the corporate area, they used the digitized system. They did. All right.
Well,
but a lot of people weren't fully aware of it, but it was used in Kingston and St. Andrew. But you're right, Ratty. You have to have the people. You have to bring in people from like Georgia Tech here in the U.S., right? Or one of the other Caltech in California or MIT. They would have the expertise to check.
Our friends from the MIU, military intelligence in Britain. Any of those people could do it. I mean, those guys that we work with.
You need
No, man, you
technology.
need real experts, man.
You need
No,
You don't need experts certified by Dr. Chang. You don't need experts certified
No.
by Dr. Chang. You need real experts.
Remember the guy we're talking about, the guy who wrote the book on it, Herb?
Who are you talking about?
Long enough.
Yeah, I mean, he's an expert, but he's not. Yeah, but you'd have to get him. He needs a whole team with him.
Well,
because you have to go check all the machines. But you see, the winning party probably won't agree to that.
Well, whatever the situation is, but remember we brought him to Jamaica already at our expense, so I think we could ways.
Yeah,
can get
it's a good point, but it's not under our control.
Okay. Anyway, guys, this is 52, and the last time I heard we should have come off this thing from.
Yes, we're gonna come off now. So, Mr. Herb made his final touch. Rattigan did your final touch now.
I just want to say I want to thank you for the opportunity to, and I love the people who came on and were very forthright. And for those who didn't, please tell who did, tell your friends and tell them to tell another friend and so on. And remember the legal fund. That's all I can tell you. All you do have to do, because you cannot do this thing without funds. Mr. Rattigan will have a team behind him or working with him in terms of New York. They're going to need funds in order to get things done. And so I just want to, that is my thing. And we want people to tell everybody, like what you're doing, brother, Jeffrey, tell everybody and go out there, spread the word. It is not a political base as they would have you believe. It is somewhere you're going to come and get education and information. And so I enjoyed it. I mean, it's been a ride. Today is supposed to be my real birthday according to the books, but again, can you imagine I have 2 birthdays? So that's why the guy said I'm a scammer. So I hope that the next birthday he gets his birthday, and he can pick up that one and him go to hell with it. Whatever. But thank you very much, Jamaica. We are looking out for you, and Jamaicans abroad. Please tell everybody that we are not what they say. And please do not listen to everything you read or find out from us. I look forward to hearing you again tomorrow on what you call it now on ISAT's program, Context Matters. And all right, gentlemen, so have a wonderful. Thank you very much for the show.
Yeah, don't leave it, Doc. Let me just 3 quick things, Jeff. One is Context Matters tomorrow on Reggae Global Radio 5 to 7 or on Facebook, ISAT
and YouTube too.
And YouTube, yeah, I'll be there with him, and I think a couple other people will be there. Second thing is the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Don't forget to continue to support it, because only through your efforts will we be able to finance some of the initiatives that we're using to hold the government accountable. And the last thing is that I have a friend who a very dear friend. D, big up yourself. There's 70 people planning to go to Jamaica for some event, and they're asking me whether they should or shouldn't go. And it pains me to tell them that I can't give you an answer, because I can't. The U.S. Embassy, they're all, U.S. persons. And I'm saying the U.S. is saying, you have to be careful, blah, blah, blah. You're not even safe in an all-inclusive resort. And I would love to tell them, go and have a great time and support the economy. But I have to tell them that, look, read that and use your best judgment. Read the advisory and use your best judgment, because I can't tell them go and then something happens, because then I feel guilty after that. And this is as a result of ineptitude and just square pegs trying to fit in round holes. People of no consequence. When I say consequence, in terms of setting goals, reasonable goals, and achieving them for the benefit of the people. And that's why we are where we are. And on Saturday, Reason with Rattigan, we're gonna.
I got arrested a few times. January 6th.
Sorry. I no. I meant to do that.
Yeah, no, we're gonna do an in-depth into this. into the Integrity Commission Act of 2017, and we're also gonna touch some things coming out of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. There's something I want to share with you people, and you're gonna see when I tell you that these people they're deathly afraid of the diaspora, and they're hiding things over there. And I will provide you with the evidence, hardcore evidence that they have provided me with. I will show it to you on Saturday. So Jeffrey, thank you again for having me. Much respect to the panel, and much love to the people in the chat and people viewing the program. Thank you very much.
What is that Dr. Francis have there?
Oh, my shirt, my jacket. My jacket. I was outside. It was very cold.
Dr. Francis, what are you trying to signal the plane and drive the Jeep right now at this time of night?
I want to go. I'm tired, man.
Okay, I'll allow you to go. I want to go now. I just want to say, Carlos, you there?
Carlos.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, your final words in 2 minutes. We're going to close up.
Well, I'm going to say right now, jail time. For hurting poor people, jail time. For make poor people dead, when they don't have to, jail time. Argument done, stop. We used to beg them to stop, now stop begging. Now, think about these people. If politicians own funeral homes, do they want us to, would you stop the crime? Because you need dead to pull up a funeral homes. If politicians have water trucks selling water, why would they give a water pipe? If politicians have outside facility, medical facility, they can sell it to get some machine work done, why would they put it in the hospital? And finally, if politicians have importation license, importing food and vegetable in the country, why would they push farming? Jail time for wicked politicians. I want to make us suffer. Jail time. Argument done. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here with you tonight. Audience, manners and respect, continue to stay forward, focus, and Jamaica first over everything, people. Jamaica first. Jamaica first, people, for our grandkids, with great-great-grandkids, nothing for us. We can't stay hungry. We can't go roast dumpling, potato, and roast banana with salt. We can't suffer. We can't get water for our head. So we have to come from the up. We have to know if we can watch some clothes at standpipe. We know this type of rough. Let me talk to
That's true. That's true.
Carlos.
Yeah, go back to the standpipe. Yeah, man.
Thank you. This is where I'm going to say so long for tonight. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. What's wrong with Dr. Francis tonight? Remember to like.
Time going with that bed, man. You talk to tomorrow.
Remember to like, share, and subscribe to the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. And for all those out there in Jamaica and around the globe, remember our island home. Always pray for this country of ours. I'm going to leave you with one thing tonight, and it's the voice of the late John Lewis.
I got arrested a few times. During the 60s, I went to jail 40 times. Since I've been in Congress, I've been arrested another 5 times. And I'm probably going to get arrested again for something. I'm not suggesting that any of you should go out and get arrested, but when you see something that...
What is it?
I got arrested a few times. During the 60s, I went to jail 40 times. Since I've been in Congress, I've been arrested another 5 times. And I'm probably going to get arrested again for something. I'm not suggesting that any of you should go out and get arrested. But when you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, stand up and say something. Do something. I gave a little blood on that bridge in Selma 53 years ago. I almost died. Some of my friends and colleagues were murdered in Mississippi and other places. I'm not asking any of you to give any blood. I'm just asking you to go and vote like you never voted before. We have to vote. The vote is the most powerful nonviolent instrument or tool we have in a democratic society, and we must use it. Use it. Go out and vote. Let's go out and vote. Go and vote. Go and vote.
Jamaica depends, the soul of Jamaica depends on every single Jamaican. Go out and vote from the 28th of February. Make sure you go out and vote. Our democracy and the soul of Jamaica depends on all of us. Every single Jamaican who can vote, to go out and vote. Please do so.
Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see
Right,
corruption
everybody.
in any
Talk
shape or
later.
form,
Right,
we
brothers.
go highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represent Yard and Broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affect the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk.
Please remember to like, share, and subscribe.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk, people.
Why do